All right, boxing fans, welcome back to another edition of the Boxing Voice. And as always, I am your host, GTO. I'm coming on really quick just to tell you and remind you that there's only 3 spots left to the TBV fan experience, and that contest will be ending Sunday, June 14th. So hurry up. I know someone texted me, so there might be only 2 spots, but hurry up because there's only 2 or 3 spots left. And like we said, we're going to be picking the lucky winner on Sunday's show on June 14th. So don't lose your opportunity to win 2 fight tickets, $650 towards any travel to Las Vegas, as well as a signed autographed glove by Sean Porter. Meet Ken and Sean Porter. Hang out with me and James. Even Ryan's going to be there. I mean, it's going to be a lot of people in Vegas. This is one of the biggest fights of the year. You don't want to miss it. So remember, head on over to theboxingvoice.com and click on the banner TBV Fan Experience and get your raffle ticket before it's too late. Only 3 spots to go.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the voice of the people. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
You're listening to the Boxing Voice.
It's showtime! Welcome back, boxing fans.
Blood is good.
Tired face, a mask of blood.
Blood is emotion.
Too much blood coming out of the eye.
Blood is a story, a drama.
Deep gas, blood pouring right into his eye.
Blood is what we want to see in terms of passion.
Blood streaming now from the cut in the eye, the nose, his mouth, his cheeks swollen, and he's still crawling.
What we want is a bloody good fight tonight.
We have Heather, the Heat Hardy. Is this you?
This is me. I think I need to talk to you every night because you make me smile and blush over here.
Never been a lame-o, never been I love trick. I'm okay. You serious? You serious?
And that's the good thing about UK. That's why I can't hate on them guys, man. They love fucking boxing.
Some fighters in England, they all bums.
Did you hear what this idiot just said?
Yo, son, you're gonna get your ass beat by Molina, son.
Are you fucking kidding me? He's overrated.
Get some pushes from me right now.
For the interview? Yes. Let those gifted hands go. Get out of here, Virgil. Go home. What next?
BoxingVoice.com.
This is why we use the word sensation.
All right, everybody, welcome back to another edition of the Boxing Voice. I am your host, GTO, and today we're going to be definitely previewing Deontay Wilder versus Eric Molina, along with all this weekend's fights. We got Islandri Lara taking on Delvin Rodriguez. We're going to have a little bit of Felix Verdejo in action this weekend, as well as Nicholas Walters, all going to be on the HBO card. Over on Showtime, obviously, we got Wilder as well. And on PBC, on Spike TV, we're going to have the Delvin Rodriguez and Lara. So we're going to have a lot of boxing to talk about. It's going to be coming from all angles. And, you know, we're going to open up these phone lines at 646-478-3068. And, you know, we're going to talk. We're going to talk some boxing here and, you know, see what's going on in the world of boxing, right? So the first headline that I want to go ahead and jump into is one that is interesting to me, is the Danny Garcia, you know, vacating the titles. But, you know, this is something that should have happened a long time ago. And I'm just shocked that they went this route. Like they're vacating the titles now when we thought that they were holding them for some reason, like just to vacate it for nothing. But we got a big surprise here. So without any further ado,
You want the title shot at the beat. You're not even lying. And you want the title shot at the beat.
What's going on, people?
the Beeb
How's
is
it going,
back.
everyone?
What's going on, Beeb? How you feeling?
I'm feeling good, man. I'm chilling. I'm chilling.
Well, we're happy to have you as always, you know. So let's just jump right into it, man. We're gonna see if me and Beeb don't miss a beat here, man. It's been a while since we've been in the car together, man. But we were talking Danny Garcia, and the fact that he's vacating the titles or being forced to relinquish the titles by the WBC. The junior welterweight champion Danny Garcia, who hasn't defended these titles since March 2014, is planning to fight a third non-title bout. But WBC said no, Beeb. Rightfully so, though, at this point, right?
Well, you know, we speculated this for a while, whether or not he was going to move up or not. And it's pretty obvious, and I've said it for a long time, that he can't make the weight anymore. He's struggling. And I guess he was testing the waters with a few of these catch weights just to see how he felt. But, you know, kudos to the WBC, because normally, you know, they cut these fighters a lot of slack. You know, with all due respect to Danny Garcia, obviously he's not a Floyd Mayweather. So, you know, they put the, you know, kind of put him to the fire a little bit here and made sure he made a decision, because he doesn't have that stroke like a Pacquiao or a Mayweather. But I think it's a good move, man. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see him at 147. I think Paulie Malignaggi is a great entrance fight for him. It's somebody who's decent size, but maybe not the biggest puncher in the world. And he's going to have his hands full dealing with that boxing ability. No question about that.
Yeah, I'm definitely worried about this Paulie Malignaggi fight. You know, Danny hasn't been looking good in this last four, and a guy like Malignaggi, who gave trouble to Broner, some had him winning that fight, went over across the country and beat Sinchenko, who was a pretty decent boxer, to use that jab. You know, it just scares me from Danny. You know, could he knock him out? I don't know, because outside of Porter, who's really knocked out Malignaggi? I mean, yeah, maybe Cotto, maybe Khan. I guess those are ref stoppages. Maybe Danny can stop him, but I mean, everyone who has stopped Malignaggi has speed, and Danny doesn't really show speed. He shows timing.
I think the big thing here is foot speed. And, you know, Malignaggi does very well against guys who don't have great foot speed. You look at all of his losses, they're against guys who had great foot speed. It's not necessarily guys who have power, because Paulie does know how to control range very well. And Danny's not a great inside fighter. And that's kind of the problems that Malignaggi has. If you get in his chest, Danny's a mid-range guy. He doesn't go all the way in. So this is a tough style matchup for Danny. This is a fight that you could pick Paulie in this fight because of the experience at the weight, number one. Number two, the style, and you know, Danny's lack of foot speed. I think that's going to be the telling point in this fight, is Danny's lack of foot speed compared to Malignaggi's ability to control range, because Malignaggi's definitely going to keep him on the outside. We saw Mauricio Herrera do very well with the jab against him, keep him on the outside. So style-wise, it's very tough.
Well, the WBC announced that it would order Victor Postol versus Lucas Matisse for the vacant 140-pound title that was formerly Danny Garcia's title. Danny's weight situation is what forced this fight to be a welterweight fight, said the WBC. The WBC gave Garcia designation of the champion emeritus, which would allow him to immediately challenge for the junior welterweight title he vacated if he decides to return to the weight class, although that is unlikely, because if he moves up to 147 pounds to fight Malignaggi, which seems like it is going to happen. Remember, these rumors were released by Dan Rayfield of ESPN. So, you know, we got to take that with what it is. It's solid information. It's a fight that's going to be happening. Lucas versus Victor. I like that as well, man. It's about time Victor Postol get another little bit of airtime. He did very good versus Aiden, if people remember.
Absolutely. I think that's a great style matchup too, because you have another guy. Postol is somewhat versatile. You know, he's a big, tall, lanky guy, great jab. He's got some power too. And if he catches you at the end of his shots, he can be very dangerous. And Matisse's got them short arms. So it's going to be interesting to see how that battle of range goes, because you have the guy with the long arms who can generate power catching you at the end of the shot, where you have Matisse, who's another mid-range guy versus a long-range guy. Now, the long-range guys generally have problems with the guys who are in-fighters. And, you know, Matisse is not really an in-fighter either. We saw Danny pretty much tie him up a little bit. So these are two great style matchups. And I would actually favor Postol in that fight, be honest with you, because of the versatility.
It's me, Mario.
What up? What up? What up?
What's going on?
What's going down? I'm good. I'm good. What are we talking?
Just talking a little bit of Danny Garcia vacating that title and being being called the champion emeritus at this time while he goes ahead and fights Paulie Malignaggi on a PBC card somewhere down the road, August 1st, I believe. Let me just double check that.
Yeah, August 1st in Brooklyn at the Barclays. So is it for sure? Because, you know, I know for those of us that heard your interview with Paulie, he seems to be the one that wants to be dictating terms, and he's talking about a bunch of options. So is that confirmed? Did that get signed?
No, but, you know, Rayfield reported it. I mean, anyone who hasn't heard my interview can go check it out. It's on the Boxing Voice YouTube channel, and you know, he sounds like it's Danny, though. You know,
well, I don't know. I don't know. You know, Ness, you made some really good points about Shane Mosley. I'll tell you what, I didn't hate the fight, and then when he talked about it, it made me love it even more. Like I was like at first thinking, okay, it's a past your prime Mosley, but what is Paulie Malignaggi really? You know what I mean? Like is he? Are we gonna call him like a top 10 welterweight with certainty? Like there's, you know, he hasn't done anything in a long time, and so with Shane Mosley, you know, he talked about the fact that he made his bones in the West Coast, bringing him to the East Coast. That's a big deal. But you know, as far as Danny Garcia goes, I think at the end of the day, this was always, you know, we were always headed here. You know, I don't think this is so much news as it is like news of this is about time. And so I think the timing is being set up. It seems very carefully orchestrated. And you know, Ness, you made a really great point a long time ago about Al Heyman and the way that he kind of plots his moves, and he's like 5 steps ahead of everyone else, right? I feel the exact same way, and the fact that Danny Garcia chooses these opportune moments to do the things that he does, and it keeps his name relevant, and I just don't think that any of this is by chance or by accident. I think this was always in the plan. I don't hate the Malignaggi fight if it's his first fight at the full welterweight class, or even if it's at least close enough, 146, 140, or I guess 146, 147. You know, so I don't hate the fight, and I don't hate Danny for doing it. It's you know, it was something that we saw coming.
It's funny you bring that up about Heyman because obviously they're listening to the show because I remember talking about this fight 2 years ago. See, the problem was they didn't do this immediately, and they tried to keep Danny at 140 to be some sort of a commodity there, possibly wait for a Broner, and he just couldn't make the weight. It seemed like it was never right. And 4 fights removed, now we're getting the same fight he should have got after Matisse. It should have been Paulie Malignaggi fresh off a Matisse win with that hype, you know, so that he could build towards a bigger welterweight, maybe a Mayweather. They didn't do that. They tried to stay undefeated after Matisse, and, you know, they got some what you would call not tough fights, and things still didn't go their way. So we're here. I mean, we're here. But there's a lot of news to talk about, man. Also, you know, what's really dominating the headlines, the internet, Facebook groups, everywhere, all you hear now is the new Mayweather-Pacquiao, which is Cotto, Canelo, and Cotto Gil averaging 1.5 million viewers, and Canelo averaging that 2.146 million viewers. This thing looks like pay-per-view all over it. Jim Lampley was on Fight Game last night. He made it clear that this is going to be a pay-per-view. And you know, I'm gonna go ahead and pass it to you guys and see what you guys think about these pay-per-view numbers. Excuse me, these high ratings from Cotto and Canelo. And really, the topic that everyone's been talking about all week that I've been seeing is who's the A side.
Well, I think that without a doubt, this is the kind of fight where the A side really it doesn't matter. The A side is whoever is going to the B side is going to be whoever makes the most sacrifices to get this thing done. These numbers are just incredible. So this fight was the 3rd best performing cable spring run. Reason why Cotto Alvarez is going to be a #1 draw. So with 2.1 million. Right, peaking at 2.2 for the Cotto Kirkland fight, and 1.58. You, I guess, draw the comparisons, and Canelo seems like the official A side of the fight. I just don't feel that that's what it is. I don't think that either guy gets what they get from each other anywhere else. So doesn't that make them both A sides in this fight? doesn't it make the fact that no one else has the supremacy and the attraction that Cotto has, plus the willingness to fight? And with Canelo, isn't there no other Mexican young superstar that's willing to take, the top fight after fight? The fact that both of these men are willing to come to this place and have gone through the road that they've gone, I think they're both A-sides in this fight. I really do. I guess if you have to go by the numbers, Canelo. I think if you go by who can really dictate terms and who's got the ball in their court, it's Cotto. So for me, I think it's A1 and A2.
I think.
Yeah, but no. Wait a minute, Beep. Don't let him off the hook. A1 and A2. Who's the A side?
What I'm gonna say, because he made some excellent points. Cotto's gonna say that he's the A side because he's been doing it longer and he's been on pay-per-view more. And if you had to average all of his pay-per-views out, obviously totality-wise, he's done more, and he's been the number 3 draw for the longest time. But Canelo is taking that crown away from him. I think the torch is starting to get passed to Canelo. Eventually, I think he's going to be the number 1 pay-per-view draw in boxing when Pacquiao and Mayweather go. But if you look at Canelo's recent numbers, yeah, he's numbers-wise, he is the A side. You can't argue that if you go by recent numbers, these last couple of fights. But Cotto is going to be thought of as I'm a 3-time world champion. I'm going to go in the Hall of Fame. I'm the veteran here. So he's going to pull the veteran card out. And Canelo, may give him some resistance in that. So this is going to be somewhat, like you said, the early negotiations of Pacquiao Mayweather, how they were battling who's the A side and the B side. And Pacquiao had to lose twice. And Mayweather had to get that big Showtime contract before it was solidified that he was the A side. So both guys are going to make a play here to say that they're the A side, but I think when it's all said and done, because Cotto is in no sense of urgency. He's got that deal with Rock Nation, and you may know about it better than I do, but I'm pretty certain he's got some upfront guaranteed money for those 3 fights, and it's pretty substantial. I don't know the whole details. Again, you know the business side better than me, so there's no sense of urgency for him to fight Canelo. I know Canelo's got a guaranteed contract, but I don't think it's as juicy as Cotto's is with Rock Nation. So I think Canelo may cave in a little bit here because he really wants to fight. I think he wants this fight more than Cotto does, because Cotto doesn't really need it per se in his opinion, but Canelo really needs this fight in his opinion, and he wants this fight. So I think because of that situation, he may accept the B-side role here, even when he has an argument to be the A-side himself, as Mario pretty articulately put and well thoughtly put out. So I think Mario made great points, and I think Mario was right from a statistical standpoint.
And the one thing that I don't want to lose track of is, and both of you have said this many times on air, the term A-side has changed over the years. We now look at the A-side and what that means completely different than we ever did. The A-side used to mean, the guy in the fight that was going to be in the red corner or walk out second or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it meant. But now, like, the A-side is the guy that's going to dictate where the weight is fought, or where the fight is fought at in terms of weight class and stipulations and stuff like that, and just all these little nuances. So let's make this clear. Neither one of these guys is an A-side in the way that Mayweather's become an A-side. Not at all. These guys are going to fight, and you can tell, and it's evident by the fact that Cotto put himself in a position where he almost has to fight Canelo with the HBO fight that he landed, okay? And Canelo's in a position where, he wanted to all along. He didn't accidentally fall into an HBO contract where now they're stipulating what fights he fights. He wanted those fights. He made it up front with them before he signed the contract. This was always the fight that they were headed to. This is the difference between the A-side, kind of the way it used to be, and the A-side, what Mayweather's kind of turned it into. And so I applaud both of them for meeting in the fashion that they will.
Well, literally, what took place is Cotto is the mouse, and you have 2 cats chasing him down.
Great analogy.
you know, Canelo, by shifting the tide and going to HBO, like you said, because what you said is fact, and I wanted to come behind you just to let everyone know that this is not Mario's opinion. These were stipulations that Canelo dictated in his contract when talking to Ken Hirschman and Oscar De La Hoya, saying that he wanted, you know, one of these fights that he signs with HBO to be the Canelo fight, and the same thing, the Cotto fight, and the same thing was said to Miguel when coming back. Now, my thing is, one of the points that B brought up, the fact that Miguel has been given $50 million for 3 fights, plus a $5 million signing bonus. He's absolutely right in the fact that Cotto probably doesn't need Canelo. But just like Floyd Mayweather got this huge contract, and he still made the Canelo fight, and then he still made the Pacquiao fight. So it's just more on top of that lump sum, really. So maybe Cotto does it, but I still think that he has that A-side card, which is they could easily just pull out. Just because of the fact that they have BET. You know, even though we know it's not a notable network, they still have something to say, look, either you want it or you don't. They have another bidder. It's the bottom line.
Let's look at some of the recent behavior for Cotto, because I'm you know, it's pretty obvious that Mayweather has set this blueprint of this trade of thought. But let's look at the history. You know, Mayweather in that first Castillo fight had a injured shoulder, and he was with Bob Arum at that particular time, and I believe he wanted to pull out of that fight, but he still, you know, went through with that fight, and I think because of that, when he looks back on his career in situations like that, he's said to himself, I'm never going to be told when to fight ever again. I'm going to fight when I want to fight. And if you look at Cotto's adopted that same type of thought process. Because let's look at that Pacquiao fight, for instance. A lot of people don't look at this, the series of events that transpired before that Pacquiao fight took place. But in July, okay, he had a tough fight with Claudy, and he suffered a bad gash over his eye. And then, right away, he fought Pacquiao in November. You know what I'm saying? So generally, when you have a cut that bad, that's like a 6 month layoff. You know what I mean? But he went right back into training camp and fought Pacquiao. So when you look at these two guys' career, I'm sure they were put in situations when they weren't their own bosses, that they took fights when they didn't want to take them. At times they didn't want to take them. And I think they look back at that and they say, never again. And I think that's why you see Mayweather doing what he's doing, and now you're seeing Cotto doing what he's doing. And one last thing here. What do you guys think the potential stumbling blocks could be in producing this Canelo-Cotto fight? Venue, that's what I'm thinking too. I think money won't be a big deal. I think the weight won't be a big deal. I think venue, you're exactly right.
Yeah, I think that at the end of the day, if it boils down to venue, it's going to be because of Miguel Cotto, and he wants it in the East Coast. I think that Canelo wants it where he wants it, either Texas or the West Coast, but I'm sure he'd be willing to meet in Vegas. I hope they're both willing to meet in Vegas, but I really don't see what's so wrong about Canelo going to the East Coast. I think that would be really big for his career if he were to go to the East Coast and make his presence felt over there. I don't know if it'd be super smart for him in terms of the fight, but I think it would be a good business move. I think it makes more sense. I'll just leave it like this. It makes more sense to me for Canelo to fight at the Barclays or Madison Square Garden against Cotto than it does for Cotto to fight at the StubHub or the Staples Center or even Cowboy Stadium. I mean, it just makes more sense. Now, at the end of the day, I think the most sense it makes is for the fight to be in Vegas. But I wouldn't mind seeing Canelo travel.
Did you say StubHub?
Yeah.
It's hot out there, man.
Yo, look, I just think that, Cotto has earned the right to dictate certain terms. And the venue, I think you're right, Ness. I think you're spot on. That's what's going to be. It's going to boil down to that. And I think that, if it's either the fight doesn't happen or Cotto gets his way on the venue, I want Cotto to get his way. Like, that's just how I feel.
I mean, the thing about it is Cotto's paid his dues, and Canelo's just starting to pay his dues. So
exactly.
I think out of respect for what Cotto's done and just what his body of work and his career thus far, I think that he deserves to be the A side in this fight, in my opinion.
Well, let's move forward to this week's upcoming notable fights. We got a lot of fights to talk about, so much so that I went with Deontay Wilder as the title. I really didn't know what was a bigger fight this weekend. Is it Islandri Lara versus Delvin Rodriguez, Nicholas Walters versus Miguel Mariaga, or Deontay Wilder versus Eric Molina? I mean, either way you look, I don't know. I mean, I guess if you think about an overall card, they're all pretty strong. Mike Reed is an up-and-coming prospect in the junior welterweight division that we've been following, so he's on this HBO card, as well as Shani Monahan. We've been seeing a lot of him recently. Then you got Felix Verdejo, who, in my opinion, is the best of both worlds. He is as charismatic and fan-pleasing as Tito Trinidad, and you know, just as aggressive and I guess assertive as a Cotto, maybe.
He's athletically better than both of them. You know, and it's so funny.
Hey, you're such a copycat. They said that on Fight Game.
No. And you know what though? I've said that before on the show. So maybe Max Kellerman's watching me. I don't know. I think Max Kellerman could be watching me and preparing for a show. I don't know. There's no way to prove it. But look, you know what? It's so funny that you said that, Ness. And like, it's crazy that you asked that exact question. I had this email with a text on it that I had taken a picture of, and it was a reminder. It said, remind Ness to ask the question, which is the bigger card this week? And I literally had it in my head broken down. I have my notes. And like, you go through them all, and there's something special about all of them. Now, there is something a little, I guess, something that keeps them all in an even kill. Like, oh, Deontay Wilder's the heavyweight champion in America, but he's fighting Eric Molina. Nicholas Walters is one of the best out there, in my opinion, and he really could be on his way of fighting Lomachenko and making that a huge fight for featherweight supremacy. But he's fighting a guy that most, a lot of hardcores have never even seen fight. So you go down the list, and there's something, I think that at the end of the day, you made the correct choice. Deontay Wilder has to be on the spot, has to be the top dog this weekend, because he is closer to the casual fan's delight than anyone will ever get. Not only that, this is truly a casual fan's fight in a sense. The hardcores know what Eric Molina is. We know what he brings, so we're not super excited about it. Casual fans are going to get a chance to see Eric Molina go to sleep. And that's really big for his career. But I think in terms of boxing, in terms of where we are in boxing today, Nicholas Walters is the fight to watch this weekend. Nicholas Walters is the fight to watch this weekend because him versus Lomachenko, assuming, of course, Walters wins, him versus Lomachenko is one of the biggest fights that could be made in all of the sport. They're the only two guys in this division that are probably even ever going to fight each other by the looks of Maddez and Gary Russell and these guys. And so, at the end of the day, they're like two unblemished guys. Two guys that have fought in, everybody that they've put in front of them, and they're so highly skilled. And I know, Ness, that, you said a few weeks ago that you didn't really think highly of Nicholas Walters, and you're only going to watch him when you have to. You said it. Somebody make that soundbite and play it for Ness. At the end of the day, I understand that. He's probably the least sexy guy in the division when you got guys like Lomachenko with his amateur pedigree and Maddez, who's, this golden boy reincarnation, and Leo Santa Cruz, who's awful. You have all these guys, and you have them doing what they do. Walters is kind of like that odd duck out of the water, but he's so good. He's powerful. He's long and rangy, and he can fight up close still, and he's got power out of nowhere. He just does so many great things. I think he's the fighter to watch this weekend. I think his card is the most important.
Mario, can I ask you a question, though? Not to play devil's advocate. I mean, obviously Walters looked brilliant from what we've seen so far, but have we seen enough of him to really know how good he is? And I don't know, because so far he's looked great, but he fought Donaire, and that's the fight he made his bones in, and Donaire was kind of on the downside, not looking great against Darchinian. So is that fool's gold buying into that maybe? And again, I'm just trying to be up, unbiased.
Advocate. Yeah, no, of course.
I'm just trying to look at it from an objective standpoint.
No, it's an absolutely fair question, and I think, Beeb, that's part of it all, is that it's like watching Pacquiao when no one knew who Pacquiao was, or watching Triple G when no one knew who Triple G was. You want to watch this guy now because you're gonna have to watch him later. He is not must-see TV quite yet, even though I did call him that a few weeks ago. But I think he's turning into must-see TV. At the end of the day, there are 5 monsters in this division, and Walters is just as likely to be the biggest of them all as any of the other guys.
So do you think that because of his style, HBO is just going to try to showcase this guy because he is at the very least he has a fan-friendly style. We could at least admit that. From the little we've seen of him, we kind of get the sense that that's how he fights, and he's going to fight that way. I can't see him shelling up or fighting off the back foot. I see him as a guy who's going to take that approach where I'm going to try and knock my opponent's head off. So
I'll answer your question with a question back to you. You ask, is Walters a guy that's going to get this push because he's that fan-friendly guy? I don't think it's going to be up to him at the end of the day. The unfortunate thing, if Walters was in any other division in boxing, or mostly any other division, he'd be the top guy, if not, second to the top guy. But in this division, it is a murderer's row. So let me ask you a question. Is there any way that he even beats Lomachenko? Because depending on your answer, there's your answer in terms of push. Maybe he's just being fattened up to be slaughtered.
Well, the thing is this. I would favor Lomachenko in that fight because of the overall skill set.
As would I.
And the thing is can Walters deal with a boxer? Nonito Donaire is not a prototypical technical, skillful boxer. He's an athletic guy who takes risks. Lomachenko is going to fight, in a very methodical, intellectual way. You know what I'm saying? He's not going to throw shots from left field like Nonito Donaire does. He's not going to open himself up and jump in to shots. He's going to be jabbing his way in. He's going to be moving his head. He's going to be throwing feints. So I think that people are mesmerized so far with this guy's power, but let's see him do it against a guy who's not going to stand in front of him or who's not going to try and trade with him.
All right, guys, we got our first guest on the line here, and it's world-renowned trainer Joel Diaz, who trains Timothy Bradley, along with a slew of other fighters here. So, Joel Diaz, how you doing today, brother?
I am doing great. Thank you. Thank you for having me on the show.
Thank you. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to interview and take some time out of your busy schedule to do this. So I'm sure everyone is up to date, and we've all just seen Timothy Bradley on the latest edition of HBO's Fight Game, and how he had his media day and how Tim is looking and feeling. How are you assessing your prize pupil, Mr. Diaz?
Well, all my fighters are always training well. They're training hard. At this point before the fight, Tim Bradley is already within a few pounds of his weight, and training has gone perfectly well. We have not had any issues. Everything is going great. As a matter of fact, I gave Tim a day off today of boxing because I didn't want him to peak too soon. We started early, so yesterday I noticed that he's ready to go. He wants more and more. But we still got a couple more weeks, and I don't want him to be burned out as much. So I give him a day off, and tomorrow we'll be back, and then close camp next week.
Now, Joel, how dangerous is this fight for Timothy Bradley? Because a lot may look at it and think Jesse Vargas, he's a guy that doesn't punch too hard. He's an up-and-coming guy. This is an easy fight for Tim. But on the other hand, Jesse Vargas is a guy that demonstrates a solid chin, the ability to box, and he's a young, hungry, up-and-coming champion, and he's looking for 2 titles in 2 divisions. He already has that first one. How dangerous is this, and how do you keep Timothy Bradley focused on the prize, even though this opponent isn't a Mayweather or a Pacquiao?
There's no easy fight, and taking Jesse Vargas light, especially me. I know for a fact that Jesse Vargas is a tough kid. He is where he is because of his ability. Just the fact that he's coming up in weight doesn't mean anything. There's a lot of fighters out there that have done what Jesse Vargas is doing now, and they're at the top. They're some of the elite fighters. Jesse was at that point one time in his career where he moved up from 140 to 147. And, we know that Jesse Vargas wants that spot. He is hungry to be among the elite fighters in the business. So he is training extremely hard. I mean, we are not, you know, we're not letting that get to our head. The fact that, oh, Jesse Vargas has never been in the ring with anybody or like Tim Bradley is going to be an easy fight. There is not an easy fight because Jesse Vargas is not an easy opponent. He's a tough opponent. He's undefeated. I mean, he's got skill. He might not have punching power. He has a use. I mean, we're not going into a fight thinking it's an easy fight. It's not. It's another tough fight, and we are training just as hard or harder as if we were training for Manny Pacquiao or Juan Manuel Marquez.
All right, Joel, my last question before I pass you to one of my co-hosts is, were you as, I guess, shocked as the rest of us when you heard Timothy Bradley and his manager / wife talking retirement?
No, I don't know. I haven't heard that. I mean, usually when things like that happen, you know, I'm always the first one to know. But I have not heard of any plans of retirement anytime soon.
What she said was that he was going to hang him up in 2 or 3 years. Do you think that he has more than 2 or 3 years left in him?
Well, he does. He has more than 2 or 3 years in his career. But at the same time, we spoke about it. And I don't want Tim Bradley at one point of his career, you know, just being an opponent for anybody else. If he can retire early in his career and be set for the rest of his life, hey, that's the best way to go. We talked about it. We said, hey, maybe 2, maybe 3 years. But, you know, a lot of things can happen in 2 or 3 years. A lot of things can happen. Nothing's for sure. I mean, you never know. The next fight or the fight after this one, Tim Bradley gets an injury, gets hurt, just like the fight with Provodnica. I mean, I don't know. It could be me that one say, you know what, Tim, I'm not gonna let you fight no more. I recommend you for just, hey, let's retire. In boxing, nothing is for sure. You can look far, but destiny has something else for you. I mean, any fight can be your last fight.
Absolutely. So last question for the Bradley aspect of it. You talked about, or I'm sorry, there were so many rumors and reports out there about Bradley possibly fighting at 154 in this very next fight before the Vargas fight got signed. I want to know how close Bradley is to being a full 154 guy, and his decision or y'all's decision to fight at 147. Was it based on the fact that y'all wanted to make it while y'all still could, or are y'all, you know, is he killing himself to make 147?
No, you know what? He has no problem making 147 whatsoever. I mean, look, we're 3 weeks away. 3 weeks away from the fight, and right now he's at 153, 154, and he has not cut down on his meals or anything. The thing is this, that Tim feels that he can do good in 154 because when we are training, when we're in training camp for a fight, when he hits that mark, 54, 53, he's fast and he's strong. Once he starts going down on weight, like to hit 47, he is faster than stronger. Then he's more of a speed than power. But when he's within that range, in that 154, 153, he has power and he has speed. Both, he has both. But then it makes that difference, that transition from that just a few pounds that makes that difference. That's why he feels that if he were to fight at 154, he will be a strong and fast fighter.
Yeah. That's super interesting. I didn't, you know, I've never really considered things like that in terms of dropping weight or staying at the weight that, you know, you've already made, even though there's plenty of time left. So that's really interesting. One of the questions that I want to ask you is that we saw Omar Figueroa I think it's about a month ago now, against Ricky Burns in his hometown, moving to 140, and he had said, and you both had said that he had needed to be at the weight class and he'd be sharper. There were a lot of moments in that fight where he was strong. There were a lot of moments in that fight where I thought he could have dictated the pace and allowed Ricky Burns mentally to get into the fight. But there were times where Ricky Burns was dictating the pace. Can you assess his performance, and can you tell us if it was indicative of what we can expect from him at 140?
Well, with Omar Figueroa, he's had some injuries in his hands. And he himself knew that Ricky Burns was not a threat for him. I mean, because his confidence level is high. I mean, Omar Figueroa has destructive power. I mean, he can break his fighters at 135 or 140. And that night, Omar Figueroa, what he did was just carried Ricky Burns, to a decision because he wanted to save his hands. He wanted to conserve his hands. He fought with an injury that night. He had an old injury in his hand. As a matter of fact, when Robert Guerrero fought Keith Thurman, I met with him in Texas. And he told me, he goes, Coach, I have a fracture in my hand. And I told him, are you still going to fight? He goes, yeah, I'm going to fight. And, getting closer to the fight, I figured you need to let somebody know. He goes, no, Coach, I'm going to fight. And that's what happened. After the fight, I spoke to him. He goes, Coach, I just didn't want to go all out. I wanted to conserve my hands to move on to the next fight. If I would have went hard on Ricky Burns and I would have used my full power, I would have hurt my hands again, and then I would have been out for a longer time.
Wow, that's crazy. I didn't hear anything about an injury that he had suffered or anything like that. I know that Texas doesn't have a commission, but isn't there somebody that should make sure that that's never the case, that a fighter enters a fight with a fractured hand?
Well, he didn't let nobody know. He didn't want nobody to know about it.
But like a physician that checks them, or I mean, to make sure that they're like get a physical,
Yeah, well, I mean, the physicals, I mean, they do a physical, but they never, check your hand.
Oh, okay, right? So it's not thorough. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
And all I can tell you is this: Omar Figueroa, for the fight with Ricky Burns, his last sparring session was maybe a month and a half before the fight. He did no sparring whatsoever through the whole camp because of his hand. He had no sparring. He did no sparring. All he did was just strength and conditioning, a lot of shadow boxing, a lot of mitt work, stuff like that, but nothing heavy. And believe me, no sparring whatsoever for that fight.
That's crazy. I cannot believe that. Do you think that it's time for him, and I've had many conversations with him about this, do you think it's time for him to come back to training with you in California and, leave the comfort of his home? I mean, I know that mentally he loves it, but, I mean, if he's not getting sparring, he's not getting sparring.
And back home, there's really not much sparring for him. Over there, he already knows everybody there. He was here a couple of weeks ago. He was here with me. He came to visit for a couple of days, and those are the plans. He might come back over here. Over here, I have a lot of fighters that he can work with. I have a lot of 135s. I have a lot of 140, a lot of 147s, and this is a place for him to be, and he already knows. So more likely he'll be back for his next camp, because I know, and I told him, things are gonna start getting harder for you. You're gonna start stepping into the big games like the big names like Matisse, Lucas Matisse, like Ruslan Provalnikov, those type of fights. You're gonna be, you never know, Terrence Crawford, Danny Garcia. That's what you're gonna be stepping into soon. And he says, Coach, I'll be ready for any of those guys. Any of those guys, I'll fight any of those guys. But for sure, in order for you to be ready for one of those, for any of those guys, you're gonna be 100% ready, not only physically, but on your weight as well. And that's one of the things that he has. He is a little bit of an undisciplined fighter when it comes down to losing the weight. He likes to leave everything towards the end, and that's not the problem. That's not the thing. That's why in the last fight, he didn't make the weight. And I tell him, I know you very well, because I know 2 weeks before the fight, you tell me how much you weigh, and I know if you're going to make it or not. And I knew he wasn't going to make it. And he did it.
Yeah.
Now, Joel, is Diego Chavez a better fighter than you expected in Bradley's last fight. Were you surprised at how well Diego Chavez did? And did you guys anticipate that fight being as tough as it was?
No, I knew Diego Chavez is tough. I've seen Diego Chavez fight. I mean, I've seen him fight before. I was there that night when he fought Brandon Rios. I mean, as a matter of fact, for the whole fight, I had him winning. I had Diego Chavez beating Brandon Rios, and I knew it wasn't an easy fight. But like I said, Tim Bradley is not a fighter that has the privilege to get the easy fight or gets to choose his opponent like other fighters. And Top Rank is like whatever is available is what you're going to take it or leave it. And we can go back and remember that Ruslan Provodnikov fight. And I can tell you right off the bat, when they called me months before the fight, you're talking about end of November, that Tim was going to fight in February against Ruslan Provodnikov, is like they gave me five names of opponents to fight Tim Bradley. And one of them was Ruslan Provodnikov. And I remember giving these guys the order. I'll take this guy first, this guy second, this guy third, and I'll take this one last. So I gave Ruslan Provodnikov's name last. That's the last opponent I want. So guess what? By me saying that, that's the opponent they gave me. And I knew it because they want to put Tim into the toughest fight. I mean, as bad as it sounds, I don't think Tim is in the place where he is because he has worked extremely hard to be where he's at. He's never had anything on a silver platter. Look at every opponent he's ever fought. They always give us the toughest opponents. We've never had an easy fight. Tim has beat fighters in the prime. Amon Peterson, Devin Alexander, Abregu, all these guys have been out there in their prime. And every fight for Tim Bradley has been a tough fight. He's never had an easy fight.
Now I'm going to give my opinion on Tim Bradley, and obviously feel free to jump in and correct me if you feel I'm wrong. That Marquez fight, I thought, was his best performance at welterweight. I thought it was a masterpiece from a technical standpoint. I thought he followed the game plan perfectly, and he had a great game plan. But in some of his other fights, I've seen him, and this is just my observation, kind of fight off of emotion, where he didn't have to. Obviously, you talked about the Provodnikov fight, and in the second Pacquiao fight, same thing. Do you see sometimes these things, and is it hard to kind of get him out of that mindset because he has so much boxing ability? We've seen him, utilize it in a lot of fights, and when he does, he boxes well, and he's able to control his opponent. Do you see that as a potential problem, and is that something that you've noticed and tried to work on?
Of course, and let me tell you what it is with boxing. A lot of the boxing fans, they want to see a fight. They don't realize what boxing is about. And a lot of fighters, the most viewed fighters, the fighters that have the most views and their most following are the Latino fighters. Okay, every Latino fighter out there, you got Canelo, you got all these big fighters. You got Miguel Cotto, you got Oscar De La Hoya, you got Julio Cesar Chavez. All those fighters, they come to fight Juan Manuel Marquez, Marco Antonio, or Eric Morales. Tim Bradley is a fighter that he could box you all night. But what's going to happen? What's going to happen if I put Tim Bradley to box every opponent in every fight? He don't have power. He don't have the power to knock you out. Okay? But at the same time, Tim can't outbox anybody in the ring. He has the ability to outbox. So what's going to happen? Nobody's going to be able to watch Tim Bradley again because they're going to turn on the TV and say, oh, he's a boring fighter. So what happens? Tim Bradley, one way or another, wants to please the fans, give them what they want, and he gets in trouble trying to please the fans. Okay? At points, he risks his life in there to please the crowd. That's exactly what he did with Ruslan Provodnikov. After that first Manny Pacquiao fight, when he was threatened, when he was humiliated, when he was, everything, and when he was put down, he was thrown in the trash by the whole people, by the whole boxing world, he comes back to fight a Ruslan Provodnikov. A fight that could have been easy that night, but Tim, he went in there with anger in him because at some point he didn't want to come out. He wanted to quit. He wanted to retire from the sport because of the way people approached him, the way people attacked him. After that the first Manny Pacquiao fight. So what did he do? He went in there to prove the people something different. He went in there and fought a war against Ruslan Provodnikov to please the crowd, so that people can see Tim Bradley. And then what happened? He goes against Diego Chavez. And then after that Ruslan Provodnikov fight, we made a change. I told him, we were in the dressing room for that Marquez fight. And I'm telling you right now, and I'm honest, and I'll tell you the truth. I'll tell you how it is. That night, in that arena, for that Bradley Marquez fight, 95% of the entire people that were in the arena thought that Timothy Bradley was going to lose. Every reporter that did an interview with me, I can tell in their face when they ask me, what do you think about Bradley? I say, he's going to win. And then I can see the expressions on their face, like thinking that I was lying. But you know what? That night, the only people that thought that Bradley was going to win was just his team and his family. Simple as that. But I told Tim Bradley that night in the restaurant, I told him, Tim, I want you to go in that ring, and I want you to please yourself. I don't want you to please anybody. I want you to go in there and have fun. I don't want you to go in there, try to pick a fight with Marquez. I want you to go in there and just have fun and please yourself. And that's what he did. He listened to me. Because everybody thought that Marquez was gonna knock out Tim Bradley just like he had knocked out Manny Pacquiao. And it wasn't gonna happen. Tim Bradley's too smart for Marquez. And I held him back. I held Tim Bradley back tonight. If I would have released him a little more, maybe he would have done a little more to Marquez, but I held him back to play it safe. Because Marquez is a very dangerous fighter.
Now, I'm going to ask one last question because you mentioned Rios' name earlier, and that's a fighter who's been kind of intertwined with another guy that you've worked with, Victor Ortiz. I know they've had banter back and forth, but now they're in the same division. Is that a fight that you see that could potentially happen in the future? And if not, what is next for Victor Ortiz if you're still working with him? I'm not sure if you still are.
Yeah, Victor's still part of my team. Right now he's on rehab because he's rehabilitating his hand, his wrist. He broke his wrist in his last fight. He had surgery, and he came back a couple of weeks ago. His hand is healing really well. He should be back in camp before the end of this month, start training for a possible fight end of July or beginning of August. You know, any fight can be made. Any fight can be made. If I know a lot of people want to see the fight that make the noise. You know, a lot of people want to see a Tim Bradley with a Amir Khan. That can be made, but it's not up to us. It's up to the promoters. The fight with Victor Ortiz and Andre Berto can be made because there was some heat left in that fight. And now there's a big story behind that. Brandon Rios and Victor Ortiz. That fight can happen any day. But like I said, it's not up to us. I'll take it any day. I'll take that fight any day. Victor will take it any day. But it's not up to us. It's up to the management team.
Hey, Joel, how do we know that under your tutelage we're going to have a different version of Victor Ortiz and not one that has proven to be mentally unstable?
Well, let me tell you something. Iron sharpens iron. Here with me, I told them from the beginning, don't waste my time. Either you're gonna give me 100%, or just don't waste my time from the beginning. I mean, you are a fighter. You have the ability. You have the power. What you need is the mental part. Either you're gonna bring it out of yourself, or don't ever embarrass me, because I will not be in that corner if you're gonna embarrass me. And I'm letting you know ahead of time right now. If you're gonna fight from beginning to end. If not, don't even waste my time and go in the ring, because I'm not gonna go in the ring with you. And you know, since he got here, one of the most important things that I've been teaching this kid is not the boxing, because he has it. It's the mental part. He needs to be hard. He needs to have the mind of a fighter. Nothing in that ring is easy. In that ring is just him and his opponent. And only the strongest is going to survive in that ring. Or else, you know what, go do something else. If you believe that your opponent is going to hurt you and you're going to feel that pain and you're not going to come back, don't go in that ring, because you know what it takes. You know what you're going to go through. Things are going to get hard in there, and you're going to have to pull it out. You're going to have to overcome that. So he showed it to me. He proved it to me in the last fight. I mean, the opponent that he fought wasn't at his caliber, obviously, but just his performance, a little bit of changes that I made, you know, that was shown. And every time he comes in here to my gym, my main concern is this: making him hard, making him tough. That's why when I put him to spar, I put him to spar with fighters that, believe me, they don't take a step back. They really rough him up. And when he comes to the corner to get water, I see it in his face, and I change it right away. I say, hey, you better change that face right now and go in there and show me different, because you're not showing me what I want. And he will. I'm making him hard. He needs to.
Real quick, Joel, speaking of, you know, your guys and being in camp and all that, and the sparring and being in the Joel Diaz gym, Robert Garcia recently announced that he's opening up a Robert Garcia Academy gym in San Antonio. I think he already has two, and one in Oxnard and one another somewhere close in California. And so he announced that he's actually going to be opening more. Two questions. One, do you think it's important that trainers such as yourself and Robert Garcia and Freddie Roach make it a point to, you know, brand out and try to showcase that high-level training across America to get the young youth back into boxing? And two is, you know, what Robert Garcia is doing, what a few other trainers are doing. Is that something that interests you, that you might want to brand out and branch out and open up more gyms across America?
Honestly, no, not for me. I don't know why they're doing it. I respect everybody's decision. I respect everybody's business. If it's working for them, great. But in my camp, there's only one Joel Diaz, so I cannot have 3 or 4 gyms running at the same time in different places, especially in different states, because Joel Diaz cannot be at the same time in every space in every place.
Yeah, you would want a hands-on. Okay.
Yes, I'm the type of person that I like to keep it simple. I don't want to have a lot of fighters, because when you have a lot of fighters, you take away a lot of attention from some that really need it. I just got the necessary, so that I can give my fighters the proper attention. Because I mean, I like to be there to watch the job done. If I'm not there, I'm not comfortable. I'm the type of guy, and I'm the type of trainer that I cannot be home knowing that there's a fighter training at the gym right now. I'm not comfortable. I got to see what he's doing. I got to make sure that he's doing it right. I'm not the type of trainer that will guide you on the phone or guide you through a message to do what you need to do. I need to see you doing it. And for that, you know, that's the reason why I'm tired at the end of the day, because every single one of my fighters has his time, and I'm there, standing right next to them from beginning to end, because it's hard. You cannot grab everything at once, because at the end of the day, it becomes a problem. Then later on, a lot of fighters will be leaving, and they're, oh, well, she's never around, or she's never worked with me, you know, he's never around, and you don't want that bad reputation. You want your fighters to say, oh, he's always with me, he's there. That's what you want, because you're watching. You are the mentor. You are the teacher. You correcting. You pushing him. And if you're not there, then all you're doing is usually using your names. Oh, he's part of the team. He's part of Joel Diaz's team. Oh, but he's never there.
Wow. Yeah.
That's not what it means to me.
No, that's a fair way to look at it.
I can brand gyms. I can have a gym in New York. I can open a gym in New York. People was asking me in Mexicali. They want me to open a gym in Mexicali and brand it under me. In Michoacan, Mexico, down south, they want me to open a gym. I mean, there's places where they want me to, but I can't. I can, but I don't want to because I'm not there.
Joel, it almost sounds like you're taking a couple of shots at a Mr. Garcia and a Freddie Roach, because you said you're not the type of trainer that calls or messages a fighter, and he did do that in Nonito Donaire. He being Robert Garcia, he did that for the Nonito Donaire fight where he was training them through phone. And then you said you're not the type of guy that your fighter's in the fight and you're at home or you're not at the gym. And obviously Freddie has Marvin Somodio.
Well, let me tell you something. Diego Magdaleno's fighting for a title eliminator June 26th in Texas. I'm gonna fly to Texas June 26th, the day of Tim Bradley's weigh-in. I'm gonna be in Texas for Diego Magdaleno's fight. I'll be flying back Saturday morning for Bradley's fight. I was not aware of that phone call or that that you set up with Robert Garcia. I'm just letting you know that sometimes you try to hold everything with your hands and you can't. There's only so many fighters you can have that you can supervise yourself personally. Because myself, I have a team. My brother Antonio is a great trainer. After he retired, he was a world champion. He defended his title. I mean, he fought some of the best fighters in the world. And I rely a lot on my brother Antonio. And then I have a couple other trainers. But you know what? Even though I do, when they're training my fighters, I got to be there watching them. I got to see that they're doing it right. And whenever I can, I'm there. I mean, I try to make the best way possible so that I can be there for my fighter, because it's me. I mean, I can send Antonio to Texas for Diego while I'm over here with Tim Bradley, but that's not me. I got him there because this guy is programmed to my voice. He only listens to my voice of command. And if I'm the trainer, I got to be there one way or another. Unless it's a real tough situation where there's a fighter fighting, on the other side of the world, and I have another fighter here, it's different. Now we got to make adjustments. But meanwhile, I try to be there for my fighters as much as I can.
Well, Joel, we want to thank you, obviously, for giving us the time. I wish we had more time. We're going to have to get you back on and find out exactly why you couldn't convince Jesse Magdaleno to stay with you. That is one exciting 122-pound fighter. But once again, if you have any social media that you want to give out at this time, I know that you're finally on the Twitter. So, if you want to give it out at this time so anybody can follow you.
Well, I have a Twitter, and then I have a Instagram, Coach Joel Diaz. And then I have a Facebook page. The fan page is Joel Diaz Boxing.
Well, thank you again, and we hope to have you on soon, and we wish you best of luck with Timothy Bradley and with not Jesse, but Diego Magdaleno.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it, and it's a pleasure being in the show with you guys. Anytime you guys want me on the show, let me know. I'll make the time for you guys.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Have a good night. All right, so let's get right into it.
Fighting out of Phoenix, Arizona.
Boxing fans, here's Jameson.
What's up, fellas? Dude, I love that, man. He's always so candid and just very honest about what he's feeling or what he said to other people. A lot of people I feel like are, interviewed by numbers. Like, yeah, we did this and we did that. This dude is straight up talking about how he's trying to, quote, harden Victor Ortiz, and I love that. I love the honesty out of that, man. It was a great interview. Good job, guys.
All right, we're going to get into our next interview now. We got Brian Vera on the line. Just got to find him. So in the meantime, until you guys see me give you a handshake, a hand signal, go ahead and talk it up.
It was really interesting, B, what you asked him about Bradley in the Marquez fight and then what Bradley's tendencies have been in other fights. But did you accept his answer? I mean, do you think that is what it boils down to is Bradley's desire to want to be that kind of fighter? Or do you think that at times he gets suckered in a little easily?
Well, it's funny. Do you ever ask a question and you kind of know the answer you're going to get?
Yeah, no, and that's kind
of what I in the back of my mind. In the back of my mind, I knew he was going to respond that way. Ready?
Yeah, we'll go.
All right, Mr. Brian Vera, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing great, man. How you guys doing?
We're doing great. We just want to thank you first and foremost for giving us the opportunity to interview. You know, you were up in training camp getting ready for Rocky Fielding. So my first question is, of course, most of the guys that went to BKB after boxing, they stayed in BKB. It seems like the money is good over there. You got Gabriel Rosado and guys like Curtis Stevens bragging about the money. Why you're coming back to boxing? Is it something that you still want to capture that world championship title?
Oh, absolutely, man. The money is good, but I just like to fight, man, either way. So when they asked me to do BKB the first time, I was, I thought it was interesting, and then Gabriel Rosado was a pretty well-known boxer as well, so I just jumped on it. But in the back of my mind, boxing is, why I do this or whatever. So I'm always open to still do BKB, but, my promoter, Band Promotions, my manager, come up with the fights, and I just get ready.
Speaking of getting ready, who are you using for sparring these days? Are you still just staying with Ronnie Shields? Because I know you got a bunch of talent. We see Laura's going to be having a fight this Friday. So, you're obviously probably getting him ready for that. You got the Charlos there, or did you seek outside sparring, outside of the Plex gym?
Well, I've actually been in Austin. I went to, they flew me to Australia. I was sparring with a guy named Zach Dunn. I was there like 2 weeks ago. I was there for 3 weeks. We got like 50 rounds of sparring. I flew back. I've been back for about 10 days, and I got guys set up here in Austin, Texas. Not anybody real popular or anything, but they're just finishing up my rounds and stuff. Tall guys. I haven't went back to Houston. It's just a little going back and forth and things like that. I got my brother and my family here, so I stayed here for this camp. And, once it's there, it's so strong, man. I feel like everything's going good. I'm able to do the strength conditioning that I wanted to that I wasn't able to do at 160. And I'm getting older, so I feel like 168 is gonna be where I stay,
But you're not training with Ronnie Shields for this fight?
No, I'm not. He had Laura. He has a lot of the Charlo brothers. So I stayed in Austin, Texas, and got my work there. So I don't think they like the idea of going to the UK and fighting in Rocky Fielding. So, me, I think that this guy hadn't fought anybody. He's still green. It's a perfect opportunity to go out there and knock this guy off and get put back in the mix.
Well, let me ask you.
I would never go back. What's that?
No, my bad. I interrupted you. I thought you were done. Let me just ask you a quick question. If you look, Rocky Fielding, not only does he have the fight with you in June, he also has a fight already lined up for September against Colin Smith. When you see something like that, it seems like they think they're just going to get past you and they're ready for the next opponent. Does that fuel your fire, or is it more kind of like it's their loss if something bad happens?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. I just, like I said, we watched this guy and, at my 100% and I'm prepared. There's no way that I feel like he can fight. He's never fought anybody the caliber or myself or anybody that I fought. And I know they're looking to try to boost him up and get him going, but I feel like they made a mistake, and I've had a great camp so far, and this is a perfect opportunity to get back in the mix. And me and Plex Performance and Ronnie Shields, I still got a good relationship. It's not to say I'll never go back. It's just right now, this is where I'm at.
So we know that in your last fight you did get knocked down the BKB. What can you learn from that? It's a lot different from boxing. You don't have the traditional ropes. You weren't able to move the way you wanted to. But was there actually anything that you took from that and that you can move forward with your boxing career that would make you more successful?
As far as that in the boxing, no, because it's two totally different things. You know what I mean? You got ropes. I would never try to do what I did in there in the boxing ring. Also, if I do BKB again, I would love to try to train inside the actual circle with no ropes. I never did for the first fight. I always stayed in a traditional ring, and I think I would try to do things like that to be more effective in there because I kind of wanted that green. I didn't know what to expect. I just came to fight.
So then I guess the last green opponent you fought was a Willie Monroe. So since you didn't really learn much from the BKB stuff, what did you learn from him? We saw that he did give a good account of himself against Triple G. So maybe in the year's future, losing to someone like Willie Monroe isn't really going to look negatively upon you. But when you're in there with a mover like that, what can you use? What can you have taken from that you haven't seen before that you feel you can apply with this Rocky Fielding moving up in weight?
For me, it's just bad styles, man. Styles make fights. We all know that, but it's just a bad style for me. I do better with guys that stay there and fight a little better and be more entertaining. Willie Monroe, he's slick. He runs around a lot, but it's just a bad style for me. If I were to go back, I would have worked on cutting the ring off better and things like that. But I try not to look in the past, just move on. You know what I mean? But he never hurt me or never did anything like that. He just he's kind of a runner. You know what I mean?
Now, Brian, I asked Mickey Ward this question a while back, last time I interviewed him. I said, is there anything that you would do differently in your career? Is there anything that you regret? And he said, you know what? He goes, I took too many tough fights, one after the other, after the other, after the other. And he said if he had it all do over again, maybe he would take like a tune-up in between, because he said that really wore him down. Now, I notice you're always taking tough fights in succession constantly over and over again. Do you ever, sit back and step outside and yourself and say, you know what, I need a break here. Maybe I'm due for an easier fight. Maybe I need a tune-up. Or do you have the mentality like you just want to keep fighting tough fights because that's just how you are? You're a competitive guy that way.
Yeah, I just feel like, I'm not getting any younger. I'm getting older, so the tough fights are the only fights that are going to get me back in the mix and get to where I want to be. And if it can, at some point, if it doesn't happen, I feel like Rocky is the perfect opportunity for me. But at some point, you got to say no, and you got to wrap it up. But for me, I don't have that opportunity now. I got to take these fights and get in the mix. And this type of fight here will put me right back in the top 10 or middleweight or something, and open doors for me. As far as looking back and taking anything back, I try not to even. I try not to even do that. I just look forward and move on.
Now, you said you're getting older now. You're 33 years old, but you have a killer be killed type style. You like to go in there and fight. As you've gotten older, have you thought about maybe switching up your style a little bit just to kind of prolong your career, or is this the way you're going to always fight and you're not going to change that?
No, absolutely. I feel like in the sparring sessions and in the fights that we've been, having, I feel like I hit less. The Gabriel Rosado fight, I got down to 160. Coming out the 268 fights with Chavez, or actually 173 and then 168. I felt like, I just was drained. It wasn't so much that my chin was gone. I just sucked down. I got to Vegas and lost 15 pounds in 4 or 5 days. And it was just too much. I'm not trying to make excuses, but it's real talk. You know what I mean? I'm trying to make make people understand that the weight loss drains you, and your chin goes with it. So, but I don't know, man. It's just to me, I feel still strong. I feel like I'm still there, and these are the type of fights I got to take.
Now, you're a big guy. Is 168 going to be the final stopping ground for you, or do you see a move up to 175 at some point in your career before you end this?
No, 168 is gonna be where it's at. You know what I mean? I don't think I'm gonna ever go to 175, and I'm definitely not gonna ever see 160 again. So 168 is gonna be the chance that I get. So I'm gonna run with that.
I got one last question before I pass you off. You're going over to the UK to fight Rocky Fielding, and there's some huge crowds over there, and you got a champion over there, James DeGale. Do you think that that's a great opportunity? Do you see yourself wanting to go over there again, fighting in those large stadiums, maybe fighting a James DeGale or fighting a George Groves over there? Do you think that would be a great opportunity? Is that something that you're excited about doing, or ever thought about doing?
Oh, absolutely. First and foremost, I want to go in and bring back the victory back home and get a good fight in the United States. But if it presents itself and everything's right and on the right table, then I'll run with it. Let my management and let everybody get together and figure it out. But I do plan on winning, man. I feel like I'm just out of this guy's league, and I'm gonna go to work. I had a great camp. I'm in best shape I've been in a long time, so I'm gonna go out there and do work, man.
Now, Brian, I have one question, and this is a question that everybody listening wants to know. Do you think that you are the person that ruined Julio Cesar Chavez Jr.? Did you ruin him for everyone?
I don't want to say it like that, you know, but I definitely felt like I exposed him in a lot of different ways, and you see what happens. You see what happens to him now, but I really don't have no issues with the guy, man. I gotta like him, so I don't want to talk down on him, but at the same time, I do feel like I exposed him.
Well, I feel like he took more clean shots in those 2 fights than ever before in his entire career. You know, he used weight as an excuse against you twice, really, if you think about it technically. So, for me, looking at his fight and moving on, do you think that those 2 fights might have shaved a few years off of his career? Because the way he looked against Fonfora, it doesn't seem like he's the same fighter that has that drive in his legs and that pep in his step.
Yeah, it could be, man. I mean, I feel like, honestly, I hit him more than I hit any other fighter. In the second fight, he hurt my hand in the second round with a big head he got. But he did, man. He took a lot of shots. He has a great chin, but it could have warmed down a little bit. I don't want to say that's what did it, but you're right, though. I feel like I did hit him with a lot of clean shots, and I got hit as well, but I feel like I landed it more cleaner throughout the 2 fights.
Well, all right, Brian, if you got any social media you want to give out at this time, we know you're rocking on Twitter, so give it out in right now so anybody that wants to follow can do so. We want to wish you the best of luck, and thank you again for giving us the opportunity.
Oh, well, thank you guys for having me. I've been on here a couple of times, and I appreciate talking to you guys. BV Warrior on Twitter, BV Warrior on Instagram, and just Brian Vera on Facebook.
All right, Brian. Well, wish you the best of luck, and thank you again.
Good luck, Brian. Go get him, man.
Thanks for having me, man.
All right. Talk about confidence, right? I mean, look, obviously he's saying that his trainer advised against going to the UK, and you know, I would be one of the guys saying going to the UK too isn't the rightest thing to do. But he's confident, and I understand where he's coming from, and I understand his hunger. He's looking at it like, look, this is my last shot. Like he said, there's no way he could get back down to 160, and he's not big enough for 175 to bang with those big boys. So this is his last hurrah at it, and what better way or faster way to do that than to knock off a young up-and-coming prospect?
Yeah, not to mention that, I mean, like you said, I mean, this is what he needs to do to get his career back on track. If he stays here, he's at 168. We know he's going to get fed up to like an Andre Ward or someone like that. So you don't necessarily even have a chance in those type of fights, especially when you're an old veteran like Brian Vera. So I think this is the right move. You got to take the chance. You got to take that risk to get out to the UK and hope that you come back with that W, kind of like Bradley did with Junior Witter. But obviously, that was in the beginning of his career, but it can happen. We have seen American fighters go over there, and what I'm hearing about this Fielding cat is that he blows hot and cold. Sometimes he gets something good, sometimes he gets something bad, and we know one thing's for sure. Brian Vera can upset you on the wrong night. We see that with Julio Cesar Chavez. If you slip a little bit, he'll make sure that he slides you off the rest of the way.
It's unfortunate. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mara. So not only that, the UK is a beautiful place, man. I would love to live in the UK, man.
How is it? Yo, he sounds like straight like a cowboy. I can imagine like him walking around with like spurs and a cowboy hat in the UK.
That's awesome. Like, that would be great. And, you know, from me, I see where y'all guys are coming from, and I agree. The thing for me is I don't want to see Brian Vera chasing world titles with young guys. Like, I want to see him in significant fights with guys with names. Like, Chavez Jr. was a perfect couple fights for him. He deserves paydays at the end of the day for what he's done and the kind of fights that he's...
Monroe, though. He just lost to William Monroe. Then he lost to Chavez, who's now since shown that he's not really anything. I think he absolutely does need to like build himself, and
and that's why I agree. That's why I agree with y'all's points. I agree, and I think you're all saying the same thing, but I think James said it a little more correctly. Yes, a little more clearly in terms of what he needs to do. It's the moment where, like Jerry Montes with Will Tomlinson, I mean, we can go down a list of guys that caught guys at the right time. And if he can do that, start a little steamroll, get himself into the big-name fights, like you said, getting fed to Andre Ward, those kind of fights don't interest me. I want to see him in action-packed fights, on undercards or whatever, so.
Well, he's up.
And now, here's Vic.
Damn. What up, guys? How you guys doing? I just heard both interviews. Good job, man. Joel Diaz, man, he's as real as they come, and I think he's got an interesting fight on his hands with Jesse Vargas come 2 weeks from now.
You picked Vargas, didn't you, Vic?
Yeah, man, I'm a big Tim Bradley guy, man, but I think he's been in a lot of wars. And I'm kind of leaning Vargas, even though I don't think Vargas is that good. But I just think Timmy might be on the downward side. And maybe that downward slope is still better than Jesse Vargas, but he's much fresher. But we'll see, man. We'll see come Saturday.
That's got to be the case, Vic. You can't do this to me. You're the only person that's on my side thinking that Miguel Mariaga is actually going to give Walters a chance. If you say some shit like that Jesse Vargas is going to upset Bradley, I'm going to take some heat for the next week or two here. Wait, no, I got 3 days. Never mind. Fuck, my shit's all messed up.
I like Vargas too in this
the
fight.
Diego Chavez fight. I mean, what you guys think of that fight? Was that a Bradley boa or was Bradley?
I can't bet on Bradley anymore because I think he is on the downside, and I still don't think that he's conquered those demons from the first Pacquiao fight. I think that they were still in the back of his mind.
Great point.
And he's always trying to. He's always trying to turn the fight into a war. He's always going to have that in the back of his mind that he's got to go in there and make the fight exciting because he's trying to please the crowd too much nowadays, and I think that that's always in the back of his mind.
Yeah, I agree. I think that this fight, both guys are in the same situation. I was telling Mario that earlier in the chat and Beeb that the network has forced Jesse Vargas to fight in a different fashion. If you go back and you start watching the fights that he first got when he made it to HBO, I think it was like the Albuquerque fight, the Anton fight, and the DeMarco fight. You can see a change in each fight. Him being more and more aggressive, and it started after the Albuquerque fight because they didn't expect him to win that fight. They were high on the kid, Khabib. Even Vic was high on Khabib. So when he didn't win that fight, Jesse Vargas, they were probably like, listen, you're not getting back on HBO unless you do something about your style. Same thing with Timothy Bradley. Like Joel Diaz said, like Beeb said, this guy went out there and just threw, I guess, reality out the window. Like, he really thought he was going to knock out Pacquiao, and he went life and death with a dude in Ruslan that he didn't have to. I mean, obviously, Matisse showed us there's a way not to take that much punishment from Ruslan, but maybe it's just something that's going to happen when you're dealing with that kind of guy.
Well, to speak, I'm sorry, James. To speak to Vic's point, both guys do take a lot of shots, but it seems like Bradley is the more sharp-worn of the two because he's been in more wars than Vargas, and he's been in wars with guys who hit harder than the guys that Vargas has been in with. So you would have to think both guys get hit a lot, but Vargas may have a little more on the odometer than Bradley does at this point in his career. So picking Vargas is not a stretch. It's not a stretch at all.
See, I do think that picking Vargas is a little bit of a stretch because, I mean, I don't really buy into this hype that Tim Bradley changed his style for the fans. Let's take a look at what we got here. We got Ruslan Provodnikov. We all know that he was being slept on. We all said it was an ESPN fighter. No one even went to that fight. Tim Bradley bought into that. I think he got caught off guard, and then Ruslan Provodnikov hit him in the first round. He just never recovered. And he made that one of the best fights we've seen in a long time, personally. So, I mean, and we know now that Ruslan Provodnikov comes at you, he can come at anyone. He comes at Matisse. So I think they just got caught up a little off guard. Very next fight, then all of a sudden you come out and you got Juan Manuel Marquez. When does he ever press the action? Then you're able to sit back and actually outbox him. Then that's what we saw there. Then he come into the Pacquiao fight, which I fully believe is the reason why he did what he did, is because he would rather get knocked out on his shield than to lose another fight or to win another fight on the cards. He wanted to knock out Manny Pacquiao. Then we jumped to Diego Chavez. Same thing with almost Ruslan Provodnikov, but a lesser version. When doesn't he make fights ugly? When doesn't he come forward nonstop? Tim Bradley, Brandon Rios. No one's ever done these to these types of fighters, so he gets dragged into these other fights because he has zero punching power. I think someone like Jesse Vargas is perfect for him to rewrite his ship. And not only, I don't think he'll knock him out, but I think this is almost going to be a whitewash. I understand why a lot of people think that he's damaged, he's been in these wars, but the people he's in wars with usually take everybody to war with them in that same way. No one's ever been in there with Chavez or Ruslan and not done that. So why would we think Bradley's the other way? I think this is just a stereotypical, I did it for the fans, but it's really working to his favor because I liked him, Bradley. I think he's a great fighter. But I think the fight with Jesse Vargas, I mean, shit. I had what's his name, Josecito Lopez winning that first fight, and it was close, but I had him winning that first fight. And to think that someone like Tim Bradley can't outbox him, that would be a huge decline for Tim Bradley, because I don't think that Jesse Vargas is that special, but I guess we'll see.
James, let me ask you a quick question, though. Where do you think Bradley is mentally right now? Because you made an interesting statement that in the second Pacquiao fight, there was no way he was going to want to win a decision, and he felt as though he had to knock him out. So you don't think that maybe, and I'm just saying maybe because we don't know for sure, but is it possible that having that fight with Pacquiao basically changed his mindset, and then obviously he fought a little different in the Marquez fight, but that was because he just witnessed Marquez knock out Pacquiao, so there was probably, in the back of his mind there was some caution instilled there. But outside of that, don't you think mentally that he's kind of second-guessing himself? Should I go for it? Should I box? Don't you think he's having he's basically torn inside on how to fight now, and who to be, a boxer or a puncher? You don't think there's that little conflict within him right now?
I absolutely do, but I also think that there's a little bit of false sense of hope because he does know he has that chin now. He did go through what he did with Ruslan Provodnikov, so maybe it does allow him to kind of get into these exchanges a little bit quicker than he might have previously done it before. But, I mean, realistically, what I see with someone with Tim Bradley is, I hate to say fall from grace, but he really did kind of fall from grace. And out of the minds of the casual fan, having a draw with Diego Chavez isn't going to help you out. So something like this, he needs to come out as a statement. He's almost like a prospect yet again, although I still think he's never really fallen from the championship caliber level. I think he's got a lot left to prove, and then I almost try to feel too that the Pacquiao fight was almost a relief off of his shoulders, like finally get off my back, whatever, I lost this fight, let's all keep on moving. So with that said, I think that the tension is building once again for him to have to go in there and show world-class performance, and that's what I think this Jesse Vargas fight is.
Well, allow me to make a transition, Ness, if you'll allow me real quick, to knock out one of these headlines for us. Speaking of Bradley and Vargas, Bob Arum has announced that he wants to do a blockbuster card in UAE. That's the United Arab. Oh my God, I'm not even going to try to say that. Emirates, yes. Emirates, yeah. So, possibly Abu Dhabi, which has had really a lot of success with UFC when the UFC's gone over there. So he's quoted in saying, "I'm working on a super duper card in Dubai in November. What we do is HBO would televise it live in the afternoon in the United States." Said Arum, noting that it would be night in the Middle East at that time. We want to do 3 championship fights of high quality. I've already talked to HBO Sports president Ken Hirschman about it. Arum then outlined the card in his mind. Okay, so this is what he's planning. He wants to have a fight card consisting of Vasyl Lomachenko versus Nicholas Walters, should Nicholas Walters get past this fight. Okay, he wants to do the winner of Timothy Bradley and Jesse Vargas fighting Saddam Ali, who's the mandatory challenger for the winner of that fight.
How good
and then he wants to do Gilberto Ramirez, assuming he wins, I'm sure, not this weekend but next, challenging for world title against the winner of the July 18th bout, the 4th fight between Arthur Abraham and Robert Stitt. I never know how to say his name, but you know who I'm talking about. Stieglitz. The guy's fought like 100 times. So that's an incredible card. That's like really, really high-quality stuff packed into one. I can't think of a more packed card this year in terms of quality fights. You could talk about bigger names or whatever you want, but that's a pretty exciting card in my opinion. I think that's a huge thing if they were to get it done, and it would show exactly where Top Rank and HBO are in terms of what they're trying to accomplish. Combating the spread outness of boxing at this point through networks.
Yo, do you think this is Bob Arum feeling the pressure of PBC? Although PBC is slipping a little bit, I feel like he's putting these cards together to be like, look what they're giving you, but look what we're giving you. We got 3 solid fights. We're sending it across the world. We're going to make a huge spectacle out of it. I personally think this is his way of just responding to PBC saying we ain't going nowhere. I love those fights, all 3 of them.
I talked to him today. The one card I guess Rayfield forgot to mention was he said he might do Nonito Donaire versus Donnie Nietes for a world title. So he might have 4 world title fights that night.
Wow.
Damn.
That's incredible. I mean, the only downside to that, in my opinion, is it coming on in the afternoon here in the United States. But, at the end of the day, quality fights are quality fights, and you know, there's if you're gonna give me the card like that, I'll wake up at 9 in the morning to watch it. I don't really care. It's an incredible card. I think it does really good ratings too.
It would have to. I mean, you got to think that's one of those cards you don't want to wake up the next morning and find out who won every round or every fight.
Exactly.
I mean, every one of those fights are competitive. You give me Walters and Lomachenko, that's competitive. Saddam Ali versus the winner, I'm assuming, of Tim Bradley and Vargas, like you said, competitive. Every one of those matchups are extremely competitive and almost damn near 50-50 because I'm high as shit on Bradley, but you put him there with someone that could box like Saddam Ali, that's a close fight. Not to mention Walters, Lomachenko. Like, a lot of cards are very top-heavy with kind of lower-level undercards. That's not what this is, and I absolutely love it. This is my first time hearing it. I'm almost ecstatic just hoping this actually goes down.
All right, let's actually review some of these fights now. Laura Delvin Rodriguez, I'm going to call this one a... Man, could he stop Delvin?
Yes, he does. He's going to do it, bro. He's going to do it. I think he's got that power. He's got that one punch. I mean, we saw Cotto.
This is Laura we're talking about. We're talking about Laura, man. He hasn't knocked people out in a while.
But he's got that one punch, though. Just that one left that's sneaky.
The problem with Lara is if you leave him alone, he's not going to go after you. So if Rodriguez decides to go into a shell after he catches a few, you know, left hands and he doesn't like it, and he starts to go into defensive shell, he could go into survival mode, and Lara will just pick him apart, and he won't really, you know, press the issue because he's done that a lot of times where he's just coasted through fights and won decisions. And we saw that Trout went 12 rounds with Rodriguez too. So you know, it's going to be interesting to see. I wouldn't bet a knockout in this fight. I wouldn't feel comfortable calling a knockout in this fight if I was to bet it. Not at all.
Me either, but let's make this quick. We're going to go ahead and make our picks on this particular fight and move on to the undercards. Laura, I'm going to go 12-round decision over Delvin Rodriguez.
I'm going to go the same way.
I got Laura by knockout under 8.
Under 8?
Under 8, huh?
I think so.
I'm going Laura by late stoppage.
Laura by late stoppage.
Delvin's face gets marked up pretty easily, and Delvin's really not a junior middleweight, and his power never really carried, and at 47, you know, he's been into more. So I got Laura.
Well, I'll say this in closing. Laura is obviously a better version of Trout, and Trout beat Rodriguez, and Laura will probably do it better, but I'm not sure about the stoppage. So on the undercard, we got the better beast of the light heavyweight division, Arthur Beterbiev. He's going to be facing Alexander Johnson. I believe this is a late replacement also. So
yes,
obviously,
you're right.
Beterbiev. I'm going with Beterbiev. I'm going with Arthur Spielka, who has now joined the Heyman family, and I'm also going with Elderiz Alvarez.
He got there.
Didn't he lose to Edwin Rodriguez? He did, didn't he?
No, he's never faced him. No, he's not faced him.
I'm gonna check, but all right. I'm going all the A sides there, even with Ronald Hearns over David Thomas, whoever that is.
The guy that owns Wendy's?
Yeah, me too. I got the same thing. I think Beterbiev, though, is always worth watching, even if he's in there with somebody who's not a live body. I think he's growing into such a spectacular fighter. That's going to be a really good performance, I think.
I concur.
Okay, so Alvarez is a big punching Colombian, but not to copy Max Kellerman, but we all know about big punching Colombians. They come over here and they just all of a sudden don't punch so hard anymore.
Or don't try to punch.
Well, he hasn't come over here. He spent most of his time in Canada. He's been on GYM, Yvonne Promotion, whatever, Yvonne Michelle Promotion card. So Yvonne thinks very highly of him. I think he spent most of his time in Canada training with, I guess, Stevenson and those guys up there.
Yeah, but what do you mean? Canada to U.S. means come over here. This fight's taking place in Chicago.
I mean, but he's fought on bigger cars. This isn't, you know, his biggest car. I mean, he's fought on way bigger cars.
Oh, yeah, but, I mean, the opponent, though, hasn't it been an American opponent or an American televised opponent? A good opponent, at the very least?
I think there has been.
I don't know. I'm Edison Miranda is the first name that stuck out to me. But look, we don't have the time for him. We're gonna find out about him. And like I always tell you, that's my motto. I don't watch you till I gotta watch you. That's just the way it goes. I'm sorry. The ones that are lucky that I go out there and I seek and I was told about, then hey, yeah, I'm gonna check you out. But I gotta. It's too much boxing, especially right now. Imagine.
Gotta get that publicist game right.
I know. Listen. We're going to move on to HBO now because we got to make it quick. I know there's a lot of guys out there ready to call in and give their picks, and we definitely want to take them down because we got to serve some crow on Sunday. Sunday's Crow Day. 646-478-3068 is the number to call. Press 1, remember, if you want to talk to the panel here. So we're going to move on to HBO, and HBO has a pretty decent card with Nicholas Walters. He's going to be headlining, and obviously I'm going to pick Nicholas Walters. Never heard of Miguel. I know a lot of people are telling me that this is going to be a good fight, and I'm going to watch it because I got to watch it. And then I'll find out.
Well, Ness, let me ask you something. You're a guy has always paid attention to wins in the amateurs. Did you know Miguel has an amateur victory over Nicholas Walters?
I think it was two, right? I've heard two.
But that's been the talk of the whole promotion, though. They've been building that up.
That's something you always bring up. I think it's a little odd that you haven't given the time to Miguel Mariaga, who I think is going to give Nicholas Walters a fucking fight.
Agreed.
Hey, Vic, I hope that you're right. Remember, because people misconstrue my words. I'm not saying that he's a bum. I'm saying I never heard of him, so I'm going to see him for the first time versus Walters.
Yeah, did you hit a gong? Is that what you did? You hit a gong?
That was Mario. That was Mario.
That was me. That was my bad. Yeah, everybody keeps talking up Mariaga, and I think the only name that stuck out to me on his resume as a professional is Christopher Martin. So I don't know. Walters to me is
wait.
So
Christopher
good.
Martin, the CEO.
That's the only guy that stuck out to me.
But the correctional officer, right?
Yep.
I think so. Yeah.
I mean, didn't Rigo beat him up or beat somebody up that beat him up?
Something like that.
He's
a lot of
people.
Yeah, I think he's got like 6 losses if I'm not mistaken.
And this is what I was saying about Walters before. Like, I'm not saying he's a bum. I never said he's a bum. I don't understand why all of a sudden they always change my words, and I never said that. All I'm saying is he only beat Donaire. Like, this is exactly what I said now that I remember. I said, listen, my guy did that 2 years ago. That's all I'm saying. Rigo did that 2 years ago.
And I will say, I think that Nicholas Walters is a good fighter, but let's be honest, man. His last 2 fights were against lower level of competition in the sense that there were small fighters coming up, and only one that hadn't been knocked out already was Nonito Donaire. He did exactly what he needed to do, and it was good. Don't get me wrong, but Nonito Donaire has since gone down a Division 2, and he was just having issues with Vic Darchinyan, and then he knocked out Darchinyan. This is going to be his first real test as a featherweight champion. I guess it's his first test because Nonito Donaire had it, but I think that Mariaga holds the key for a lot of things in this fight. He's very aggressive. He's got power. He's got good head movement. He's got patience, and he does have the confidence factor, knowing that he's already beaten this man once before or twice before. I thought it was twice, but I still pick Nicholas Walters because I do think he has that it factor to keep kind of pushing forward, and he does have, I think, a little bit more power than Mariaga. But this is not an easy fight by any stretch of the imagination, and look for this to be something similar like Keith Thurman versus Diego Chavez. Not because he's a Colombian, but because he's just a hard, tough-nosed fighter that I think is going to make a splash, and I think he will get credit for losing this fight if he does.
Well, Henry.
I'm with James. And I'm going. I am going like Keith Thurman. I don't remember. Did Keith Thurman stop Chavez or it went to decision?
He stopped Chavez in 9.
He stopped him.
A body shot.
Well, I'm gonna go Nicholas Walters stoppage in the 10th in a good fight. And Mariaga, much like James said, we'll get credit for the loss like Diego Chavez did with Keith Thurman.
Well, Henry Tillman, former U.S. Olympian, beat Mike Tyson in the amateurs, and they fought as pros.
Alrighty then.
And they fought as pros, and Mike Tyson knocked them out in 1 round. So, I mean, I don't know.
You could say the same for Kelson Pinto versus Miguel Cotto, I believe. I think it was Ken.
Yeah. I mean, this kid seems like he could punch. I don't know a ton about him, so I'm not going to pretend I do. But on paper, it looks like a matchup between 2 punchers. But I don't know if you can make too much of the amateur thing. But it is what it is. I'm sure there is some relevance to it. But history has shown us that doesn't always, matter in the pros.
Well, I think Mario said it best earlier when you said they're just fattening up this guy for Lomachenko. Like Vic said, like James said, basically the entire panel agreed. His opponents have been subpar. and made to look more than what they are because they need a Lomachenko opponent. It's just the bottom line, ladies and gentlemen.
They need to build a
the
monster.
guy that we need to be talking about is Felix Verdejo. He's going to be taking on a young Ivan Nahareha, who is undefeated. But I don't know what that really means. I mean, Felix Verdejo is here to win, and he's here to stay because he does have talent. You know, and I'm gonna go Walters, Verdejo. Oh, this is a Zoninga fight. Wait a minute, isn't this Zoninga fight the guy that lost to Gilbert
Ramirez?
in
that's
Colorado?
I don't remember what it was.
Please tell me it's him. If it's him, I'm picking him. If it's him, he's gonna beat Monahan.
Well, Monahan's looked suspect anyway.
Listen, this dude robbed Gilbert. I mean, Gilbert robbed him in Colorado.
It was a close fight. It was a close fight.
But that was 168 though. He's moving up to 175. Man.
Yo, Vic, listen. I don't want to make any enemies on my assessment, so let's just be honest here. You know what I'm saying? Let's just be honest at you know what this fight is and who this fight is against.
Yeah,
This is not that kid, right?
I mean, that's fair.
Wait a minute.
No.
This is
the kid that got robbed by against.
This is not. Oh, it is him.
Wait,
Yeah,
no,
it's
he got
him.
stopped by Gilberto Ramirez. Gilberto Ramirez knocked him out.
But this was the one. No, this is in Texas. See, this is not the one in Colorado.
You're talking about the decision, right, with Gilberto Ramirez that was on HBO?
Was that in Colorado? Me and Vic were at. Vic, where we were at together when this kid fought on the undercard.
Yeah, we were in Colorado. That's for Rio Alvarado 3.
So why?
Oh, yeah, that was the. Yeah, I don't remember what fight that was. You should.
Maxim Velasov.
So this can't be him because I don't even see Colorado on his resume.
No, because Zuniga guy fought him in Texas.
We wasted time. Shawnee Monahan gets the win. We wasted time. This fucking jerk made us waste time.
Okay,
Michael Reed gets the win. What do
you
guys got?
I'll go Walters. Same thing, just for the record. I'm gonna go with 10th round, or I'll go with championship round stoppage. I think he could get it early, but I'll go that late. Felix Verdejo, we gotta watch. Ivan is a guy that I have a lot of dealings with. I've seen the kid a bunch of times. He just hasn't grown as a professional. This fight should be a close fight, but it's not. He's had so many weight issues and a lot of health issues, and there's just so many things that have gone on in his career that's made it unfair. And so at the end of the day, I'm going to pick Felix and the A-sides as well.
The name that I was looking for was Maxim Vaslov. That's the guy.
I read that off.
Oh, you said? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even hear you. I'm sorry. Go ahead, James.
No, I was just going to say I'm going to get Nicholas Walters. I'm going to say he's going to win it by decision, a very close decision. And don't be surprised if a lot of people say that Walters comes out of this looking exposed because they're sleeping on Mariaga. I like Felix Verdejo over Nahara, obviously, because I think he's the goods. And I'll go A-sides all the way down basically everywhere until Showtime. There's one fight on the Showtime undercard that's got me 50-50 right now.
All right, now heading over to Showtime. This is, it's a lot of boxing, ladies and gentlemen, but please tune in because all these are meaningful fights in their own right. Really, they are. I'm really excited about this Jose Pedraza Andrei Klimov fight because this is a guy that fought Crawford. Pedraza is a guy that I've been following and interviewing from the very beginning. Hopefully, he can get this win, get on HBO or Showtime and learn some English so he can be as entertaining as he is to me, to you guys, because he only speaks, Spanish. But this guy, he throws a lot of punches. So, throw down fantasy boxing. This is definitely a guy to, draft because he throws punches.
Definitely.
And this is going to be for the vacant IBF title. And look, he's already the IBO. Remember, that's how Golovkin started. And he said something similar when I interviewed him way back when. Definitely go check it out on the YouTube channel, man. This kid, he has some talent. He is going to take some shots, all right? So don't call in here trying to have me eat crow if you see him take some punches. I'm not saying he's a defensive wizard. He is not. He digs to the body like Puerto Ricans do. He throws a lot of punches. He's on his man. And he's going to be a good fight. And then you got Ivan Redchak. He's going to be in a good fight. I don't remember. This guy seems very familiar. Have we seen him already? I'm not even going to try to pronounce his last name, this Dijon guy. But that last name strikes me as like I've seen this guy recently.
I don't remember him, no.
Nothing steps out to me.
Really? I'm gonna just YouTube him.
Yo,
I mean,
but this Pedraza fight, Klimov fight is good.
What's his face?
yes, yes.
Zalatkinin.
He's a good fighter, man.
No, but we
Ivan
just seen
Rakic-
him, right? What was his most recent fight? I'm telling you, I remember. These guys don't remember.
I think he was on Showbox. I want to say.
Let me see.
Not too long ago.
No, it's
I know
definitely not that.
Red Catch was on Showbox, but
Oh, there it is. If I'm correct,
he beat
Ricky Burns. Yeah, it's the Ricky Burns fight. And the Petrov fight, but I didn't see that Petrov fight. I didn't know he beat Petrov. Look at that.
Oh, he beat Petrov?
Yeah.
Dude, this guy, he's gonna give Red Catch some work, man.
Listen, and Red Catch is a good guy, but he seems limited, Red Catch. But he beat Tony Lewis. Remember, this is what I'm saying, guys. And I'm talking to the listeners that listen in and you hear these prospects on the show. This is the excitement. This is why I sound so passionate when I do it, because we get to live with these guys through their career. And I remember Tony Lewis being on here, and look, he failed against Red Cav, and now look at where this guy ends up. But anyway, going back to the topic, all A sides again for me, because Julian Williams is also on this card, which I'm excited about, but he's fighting another nobody. This is crazy. He's like the Errol Spence of the 147, but he's the Julian Williams, the Errol Spence at 154. He's being avoided, this guy. Trout wouldn't take the fight. Who's going to fight him?
But since the Hugo Centeno fight, no one wants to fuck with him because they realize that he's the goods. That's the problem with someone like him, is that he's just like, him and Demetrius Andre need to get together and just fight each other, because no one wants to fight either of them. They might as well fight each other. But I'm glad that he's personally just staying busy and active and constantly doing this, because I remember it was just like not a couple months ago on the Stevenson undercard, I think he was. So, I mean, obviously he's staying active. But for me, the Jose Pedraza versus Klimov fight, that's a close fight, man. Like you said, Pedraza does get touched up a little bit too much. He's got power. He's got a good plus-minus. But this is going to be kind of what I thought Antonio Orozco versus Emmanuel Taylor was going to be, where we got the come-forward swinger puncher with the kind of the boxer mover. And I love when I see those style matchups, because usually when it goes down, it's one fighter dominating the other, or you got fireworks. I personally think that
so who's the come-forward guy?
Pedraza. Pedraza would be the Antonio Orozco. He just comes forward and just clubs, man. He's got a lot of weird angles. Hell yeah, he's not a boxer at all. Klimov is 100% boxing.
Yeah,
and there's one.
Klimov is more of the standard definition of boxing, But I think that Pedraza does some boxing in his own right. His movement. I love wheels. I'm a guy that likes legs. I like the way that he moves in the ring and he digs to the body. You'll see. Listen, remember, like you said, I'm not saying that this is I'm picking Pedraza because he's the A side. I'm picking him because I've been following his career. Obviously, you're going against him, right?
No, I like Pedraza. I'm going to have him winning this fight, but it's going to be a close decision, man. I think this is a 50-50 fight, to be honest.
Yeah, he could lose this fight.
Exactly. I think he's flat-footed just enough for someone that it can box and have good wheels to just outpoint him. This kid Klimov is good.
I will say this.
Well, I'll tell you guys something. When I interviewed Calderon, Ivan Calderon a while back, he feels that Pedraza is a better talent than Felix Verdejo. So take that as you want.
I remember that interview.
I think it's 65-35 in Pedraza's favor. I think he's longer, he's taller. Definitely he's a better boxer. He should win. He should win the decision.
Discipline too, always in shape.
He's always disciplined. I like this fight though. I like this fight for him. But I am picking him, and I'm going to pick Red Catch in a very good fight. I'm excited for the Red Catch fight.
Hey, look,
I know James.
It's going to be a good test. It's going to be a good test.
Yeah, I know James said this was a 50-50 with Klimov and Pedraza, but I think Red Catch and Bijan Zlatkin, however you say his name, is 50-50.
Yeah, one point I want to make about Pedraza and Klimov is that we talk about Pedraza and some of his flaws, and then we've noticed them over time because we've been exposed to him so much. At least I have, working for the Boxing Voice as long as I have. I remember Pedraza being some of the first interviews that we ever did. And Klimov is a guy who I haven't seen a whole lot of. We saw him in the Terrence Crawford fight. We saw him in a couple other smaller televised fights.
ESPN.
ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
And so we've seen him a few times. Is this one of those things where because we've seen Pedraza so much and we've been exposed to some of his flaws, we're going to automatically assume that it's a closer fight than it might be? Maybe if Pedraza wasn't as seen, and we saw his highlights from time to time, or his best fights, and Klimov was the guy that we'd seen a lot of, perhaps the tide would be shifted. Perhaps we'd be saying, well, this is Pedraza, who's a really excellent come-forward fighter, and Klimov boxes well, but doesn't always stick to the game plan. Like, I think we're just overexposed to one versus the other. I think Jose Pedraza is in a tough fight, so is Red Catch for that matter, but I think they both pull it off. I really do. I think that Vic nailed it. I think it's like a 65-35 for Pedraza, and so I'm going A-side down the entire list as well.
So no one's picking any upsets, huh?
Well, Ness, you said you were picking Eric Molina, right?
I don't even know who that is. Who is that?
Yo, he loves his drywall that he does on his house, so he wants to make sure he picks him so he gets that discount.
But who is that?
He's fighting Deontay Wilder.
Oh, Eric Molina. Okay, because and you know what? If you wouldn't have said that, I still couldn't have thought. I'm thinking of a lighter weight for whatever reason. I mean, listen.
Because we're in the lighter weight.
Did we even pick that fight? Did we pick that fight yet?
Do we really need to?
No, because I want to say this. I was on another radio show. I was on another radio show, and I accidentally said that Eric Molina may last 4 rounds. And then before doing our show, obviously, I went back and watched some fights, and oh my God. He's so tentative. In that Chris Areola fight, he was so scared, and he hurt Areola. And because he was so frightened of Areola's demeanor, he didn't even capitalize on that. Deontay Wilder probably stops this dude. I mean, he could probably break Tyson's record with how fast he's going to stop this guy.
What's the over-under, 1.5?
I don't even know. We need to start betting. We need to start betting, because this is ridiculous. This is free money right here. So moving on anyway. Jose Felix Jr., if you guys remember him, he's the guy that lost to Brian Vasquez, the same guy that just lost to Javier Fortuna on PBC the other night. He's going to be fighting Yamakabu Amadou, who everyone knows from ESPN. Okay? Jose Felix Jr., also is being trained. Isn't he trained by Julio Diaz as well?
I think so.
He's got this guy. Damn, we just had him on the show. He's got this guy.
I don't think he does.
Yes, he does.
I think he
You
does.
sure?
Man.
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got him, bro. He said it in one of Fernando Pimentel's interviews with Joel Diaz. I think it was before the Pacquiao fight. He was saying that because he was talking about the entire stable. He said, yeah, he's working with Jose Felix Diaz. But anyway, this guy, he's going to win, and this is going to be on Unimas. So remember, set your DVRs. A lot of boxing. Even on ESPN3, we got Joseph Parker taking on somebody I've never heard of, and for that matter, I don't even know who Joseph Parker is. So if you're on YouTube, I need you to press the like button or the thumbs up button. And if you have social media, hit the share button and send this video out, because we need to, spread the word. We're going to open up the lines now and start taking you guys' calls and your picks. 210 from Texas, talk to us.
San Antonio.
San Antonio, what up?
Hey, this is Jay Izzle.
Jay Izzle, what up?
Hey, I calling you my crow because I picked Gil. I think I was probably the only person to pick Gil.
Damn,
so if you wanna,
I like the loyalty.
I know, I don't remember him picking Gil, though.
Yeah, I did.
You're the man.
I'm sorry. It's because of I didn't get the call on Sunday, so I'm calling to eat that crow.
Hey, at least you're the man you were.
I like and Ness, I did put in the review. I don't know if you saw it.
Oh, I got an email. Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna find some.
Okay. All right. Cool. I got all the A sides. I've been listening to the show. I got all the A sides, and I think Wilder's just gonna pound this guy into oblivion. And I think it's funny that you couldn't remember his name. I thought that was hilarious because he's like Eric who? Eric Molina. Yeah. But yeah.
No, and I have that wasn't faking it. Like, I really forgot for a quick second.
I thought you were doing it on purpose.
I thought you were too, because it sounded like you were like Eric Molina who, like you were like joking. I was like, that's insane. But yeah. That's all I got, bro. All right, take it easy, man.
All right, brother. Well, thanks for calling in, man. 404, talk to us. You're live.
Yo, it's the milk.
Oh, Milkman, what's up, man? I brought your intro into the switchboard. Now you got to understand, you're going to have to deal with me because this is going to be a new number that I got to memorize, all right? So until I memorize, because this system doesn't allow me to save your guys' name and number. I wish it was like that, but it is not. But I don't even know where I put it now. Go ahead, but I'll play it before it goes because it is awesome. Actually, I need your information. I need you. No. You guys haven't heard it in its best quality. I hope when I find it, so you can get to hear it. I need his info. He's gonna have to do me a few. I don't even have an own intro for myself. But go ahead, Milkman. Talk it up while I find it.
All right. So look, give me the A side on everything. And what I wanted to talk about was it was actually something Brian Vera brought up, and he was talking about how him dropping weight affected him in the fight. Now that kind of segues into the big fight we have coming up with Sean Porter and Adrian Broner. Now what I want to ask y'all is, historically, when there's a catchweight and the bigger guy who has to drop weight comes down, what's like that the win-loss ratio usually? Do y'all know?
Bad, probably. Everyone I could think of off the top of my head, it ended badly for that fighter coming down in weight. But with that said, I do believe that the Porters can do that. Judging by the way I've been watching their camp videos with his resting heart rate and where he's at right now with his weight, I really think that he's going to be able to do this, and I think he's going to be able to do it comfortably. But who knows, man? Like I just said, you could think of everyone who's come down in weight and has done something similar to this, always ends badly.
I mean, I can't remember the last time a guy dropped down and won. It's shit is hard for me to think of somebody. It's always ended bad.
I don't know. Can you guys do what was the last one? Anyone?
Last time I can remember is when Bernard Hopkins dropped down to 170 and he beat Kelly Pavlik, but Pavlik was moving up and Hopkins was moving down. Same thing with Winky Wright. Hopkins moved down to 170. Roy Jones, same thing, fought Felix Trinidad, but all these fights were a long time ago. So
that's crazy. That's crazy that we can't. I'm trying to think, and Milkman's right. Like, who's the last successful person to drop down? Like, legitimately drop down.
I'm going back like 10 years. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. I mean, those are good examples, but you're right. They're from too long ago.
Yeah.
And the other concerning thing is the rehydration clause. I don't know how many pounds it is. Do y'all know?
It's 10 pounds.
10 pounds, but I will say this, Milkman, I feel like a jerk. I can't find it. I'm going to keep trying, but I wanted to say this because you brought up a good point about the rehydration clause. They've always, according to Ken Porter, now, again, he was this confident in the Brook fight, but according to Ken Porter, they've always been restricted to 10 pounds or within 10 pounds of their fighting weight per the IBF because they've either always been the champion or before that the NABF or whatever it is that, the interim whatever IBF does.
Somebody made that point. Yeah, somebody made that point. One of our callers said that, actually, Ness, that's they make them stay within 10 pounds for the title.
He just said it yesterday on our interview with our LA correspondent, Fernando Pimentel. So definitely head on over to the Boxing Voice YouTube channel and check those out because we did a lot of interviews and you can hear it for yourself. I mean, he goes in. Obviously, you guys know that. He goes in on Broner.
Well, the interesting thing is Broner obviously fought 2 fights at 147, and he fought them at the regular weight limit. And for this fight, he's specifically asking for a catch weight. So there's got to be something. Oh
my God! I'm so glad you brought that up because there's another interview, right? You can check out our Broner interview that Fernando did, right? And when the question is brought up about the catch weight, he's like. Leonard Ellerby. He's like,
I saw that.
Yo, I mean, what is this game coming to right now?
He's like, don't ask questions like that. It's not about that right now.
We're not here for that. We're not here for that right now. Don't ask. He didn't say don't ask questions, but he said we're not here to answer. We're not here to answer catchweight questions or something like that.
Yeah, there's got to be something. Yeah, there's got to be something about. There's got to be something about Porter that bothers him if he can't fight him at 147. I mean,
his size. It's got to be a
Of
size.
course there is.
Obviously,
He took that whooping from Maidana, and he hasn't ever fucking. That shit gives him nightmares.
Well, Mike Stafford, the trainer of Broner, even said that they were shocked that Porter actually took this fight at the catchweight.
That's what he said? No, he didn't. Are you serious? That's up on the YouTube?
You know what's funny? A lot of people.
Why am I watching
No.
modest shit from the...
That's another story from another source, but you can.
Oh, okay.
I'm shocked. I mean, were you not shocked though? I was shocked that he took the 144 because he's a big 147, let alone sucking down 3 pounds. So that's why I was shocked. Although I'm picking Porter, I was like, what the hell? You agreed to these terms at 144? That's crazy.
A lot of people.
But see, that's the problem. Listen, guys, y'all, of course we're shocked. Of course we're all shocked. That's the point. But for Mike Stafford, it almost sounds like, shit, we were trying to get out of that fucking fight, and we didn't even think this dude would take it. Like, that's what it sounds like to me. That's crazy. That's like,
everything.
Oh my god.
They did everything they could.
Yes,
to try to get out of this fight. You're right.
Yeah.
And that's the thing.
Listen to the options. Even Broner spilled the beans yesterday. He just doesn't know. Like, I mean, look, I wish I was in LA yesterday. He spilled the beans. He's talking right, and he says, oh, we had options. Porter wasn't the only option. We wanted Danny. We wanted Khan. We wanted Porter too. So out of all them names, you put the stipulation on that dude?
Can you see why though? I mean,
he sparred.
I want to know what he knows that we don't know.
He sparred with him, so he's concerned about the strength.
Yep. And his fight in the weight.
If you're pinning your hopes on fighting a guy and weakening him and hoping he's going to be weak on the ring that night, and that's all you're pinning your hopes on, it's going to be a tough fight.
But the Milkman makes a great point. I mean, I can't remember, and I'm glad Beeb is back because he's the history guy. Now there's no excuses, and I can't remember when a guy went down and it was successful.
It's been a while, and even Whitaker, when Whitaker fought Chavez, Pernell Whitaker was the 147-pound champion. He went down to 145, and everyone thought he won the fight, but it was a draw.
And listen, that's sad because you know I'm betting the house on Porter.
So mine. Yo, and that's what the problem is when you think about this fight. I mean, if you take
hold on, James, you cut Vic off. You can barely hear him because he's on the phone instead of the show.
Hey man, you don't want my dogs all over the place. I just got a question regarding the rehydration course. Does that go for Broner too, or is that just for Porter?
I think it's just for Porter.
No, I think it's for both of them.
It's got to be for both. How would you not do that?
There's no way that a commission would allow that. Like, that would be like saying, okay, one guy can win at 160.
Yeah, but that's a contract is a contract.
If that happens, Cotto's gonna be like, you got to come in at 153. I could come in at 156, middleweight.
Hey, and he might get it all.
Hey, don't give him ideas.
Broner party and shit and fucking.
Hell yeah, yeah.
Up to like 170, 180.
I just want to know, like, how good or how bad does Sean Porter have to be to lose this fight? Because he was just in a club with Chris Brown. Like, how much?
No. Who was the interview? Who did the interview? Sean, right? Sean Sattel did the interview with Ken Porter, and Ken Porter said exactly what Vic was saying. You know, they caught him in the club drinking champagne with Chris Brown. Not like a few months ago. This isn't recently surfaced TMZ photos and video. No, this was at the moment when he should be in training camp preparing for Sean Porter. Like, and he said he's going to pay for it. This is going to kick him in the ass. Like, eats it. It's not going to be Sean that beats him up for partying. It's going to be his own ass that beats it up for partying. And he said it perfectly.
To be fair, Mario, I mean, he's over there in the TMT gym now. You got Floyd Mayweather surfacing footage. You can check it out on the YouTube channel. There's footage of Floyd Mayweather giving him instruction. That's all they've been talking about, too. The fact that he's training there and that Floyd's visiting him there.
Floyd can't fight the fight for him.
But how ironic is this, though? He fought his last 2 fights at 140, and he led everyone to believe he was going to be a 140-pounder. And now he's starting to call out the welterweights again. Now is he partying himself out of that 140-pound division, as Vic said?
Well said.
To be fair,
that's a great point. Now is he lulling himself? Is he going up to 147 because it's a good move, or is because he partied his way out of is it a conditioning issue of not being able to make 140 again?
No, to be fair, he called out Garcia, who's been fighting at 144 and had the 140-pound title. So obviously, him being a name, he would probably make Garcia come back down to the original weight of the titles. And then Khan, who has to worry about Khan with that chin? You know what I'm saying? That's how he's thinking, I believe.
Whoa. And to be honest with you, though, I mean, don't we see this every time with an Adrian Broner thing? The one thing that makes me most concerned is that if you keep bringing up like, oh, he's partying, he's not taking us serious. That's like the same way of saying they're sleeping on us. You're sleeping on them. You're almost oversleeping with that. Like, you can't assume that a fighter. I get what you're saying is when he's out there doing it, but this is nothing that's new. And I understand what you're saying that like he might have partied himself out of the division, which is the perfect way to describe something like that. What Adrian Broner could be doing. But with all that said, if he's still the same old Adrian Broner, I mean, I will say this like. The one thing that Sean has in this fight is his ability to overwhelm and be strong in clubbing. And if he comes down to 144 and that's all his loss, he's going to have some serious issues with Adrian Broner. And like I said, even the Adrian Broner that we're accustomed to seeing, who gave a hard fight to Marcos Maidana, although the beginning like kind of went bad. But, I mean, I feel that there's a lot that could be said about this weight cut. So, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, but James, okay, my bad. Go ahead, Ness. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, Milkman, thanks for calling in, and I found it. So everybody, the world premiere.
Let it go.
It's good. No. I really
drop that shit. Drop that shit.
World premiere, Milkman's intro.
I told y'all a long time ago that Kirkland will go down in 3 rounds.
Next, I got milk, baby.
That is the dope shit.
Can I say just one thing real quick? I'll make it real brief. Let's take a look at the out of the ring weights, the walk around weights. Now let me ask you this: Have you guys ever heard of Sean Porter blowing up to 175 pounds, 170 pounds?
He don't do it.
No, he doesn't.
Broner has done that before. So
he's been fat as shit.
Yeah. So let's
listen. You know? I am a witness. I was in Vegas May 5th, and he was still 157. When I left, Sean went over there and interviewed him with all those interviews and track footage and everything that you see on the YouTube channel, and he was 154.
They said that.
Told me 2 nights ago, look, I could bring him down to 152 anytime I want, but we don't need to. We good right now. So
and that's
let's see.
And Broner and Maidana have been playing sumo wrestling, so you know.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, what if Broner comes in over 154, man? Because that's possible.
For real. And that's the point that Vic was alluding to the whole time, and that's what Ken was saying. Ken was like, it almost seemed in that interview with Sean that Ken was like, everyone keeps talking about us, but it's like, we're the ones that are staying in shape. He's the one that, he didn't use the word fat camp, but he basically said he's the one that goes through fat camps, not us. Like, it was almost like as if he was saying, y'all should be redirecting y'all's questions evenly, because there's just as much point for him.
Listen. As the host of the show, I got to grab the bull by the horns. This is shameless. I'm going to do a shameless plug and say, don't forget, we only got 3 spots for the TBV experience of the Sean Porter Broner fight. So there's only 3 spots left. On Sunday, we will be announcing the winner. And I got to say, let's move on, guys, because guess what? This fight is not due till next week. We got a lot of boxing to talk about here and a lot of callers.
Disrespect to the guys this week. Go ahead.
We're going to go to the BX. I'm not quite sure if this is Boogie Down Sean because we got a new Bronx caller calling in. 646, you're live. Who's this? 646, you're live. Who's this? 908. This must be my man from Newark. I mean, right?
You know it.
I mean.
What's going on, fellas?
All good.
Let me make my picks. I'm going to jump right into it, man. I got Lara over Rodriguez. I mean, I think that's going to be a stoppage. That's going to be like Lara's going to be, touching him up and realize that his power, Delvin's not going to be able to handle it. He's going to touch him up. They're going to stop it, probably like in the, 10th round or something like that. I got Better Beef, of course. Better Beef. Spielka. I don't care what Hearns does. I'm not worried about that. Of course, I got Walters. I got Verdejo. And I got Zuniga. I know, Ness, you picked up Zuniga. That's a good one right there. I got Wilder. I got Pedraza.
Whoa, buddy. I didn't pick Zuniga. I thought the Zuniga was Vlaskov, and he's not, dude. Zuniga's got 10 losses. No, that ain't my boy. I don't know him.
All right.
Well, shit, Shorty Monahan ain't much better.
No, he's not. Hey,
You
he's
said
not.
it, not me.
You okay?
You said it, not
At
me.
you.
Hey, he said it.
Coming at you by proxy.
Hey,
Yeah, I'm saying it. It's all right.
I mean,
I'm
he's
going
right.
with it. So that's the upset. Nobody called it upset. That's the upset.
Go for it.
Okay, so I got Wilder, Pedraza, and I got Ivan Radic. And yo, listen, y'all don't know nothing about boxing. Nobody's talking about J-Rock.
We talked about J-Rock
We
earlier.
talked about J-Rock.
He said J-Rock was the 154-pound. Who'd you say, James? He was like.
I said
he said Earl Spence.
I said he's the 154-pound Earl Spence. Ain't nobody want to fight him. Trout didn't want to fight him.
I said I love that dude's fighting and staying busy.
No,
instead of
James
sitting on
said he
himself.
should fight Andrade. James said he should fight
Exactly.
Andrade. They should get it over with. I think that's a brilliant idea.
Because no one wants to fuck with him after he did what he did to Hugo.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think this weekend is such a great weekend for fights. I'm not going to hold up the line, man, but y'all keep it going, man. I love the show, man. And welcome back, B.
Hey, thank you, brother.
Thank you. I mean, you better, I need an iTunes review. Oh, my bad. I need an iTunes review from you, man. 503, you're live. Who's this? Josue, right? Lower Oregon.
Yeah. Yeah, you got it, Ness. Yeah, from the 503, representing Oregon, baby. Hey, so these first of all, I want to say welcome back, Steve. I was really surprised today when I heard your voice on there. I was like, what the heck is he asking? Joel Diaz question? Like, was that Beeb? Like, I was like, that's pretty cool though. Welcome back, dude. It's pretty cool, man. You're back. So, just to let you know.
Thank you very much.
But yeah, for this weekend's fights, I got pretty much all the A sides winning. I think Lara, is going to destroy Delvin Rodriguez. I say the HBO fight's probably going to be the best one because I think that Nicholas Walters, man, I'm high on this guy after seeing him knock out Nonito Donaire, man. Shit, dude, that dude has power. That dude has legit power at that division, man, and I think that fight's going to steal the whole show for the weekend. But hey, I want to give you guys a hypothetical question, not to bring back the whole Sean Porter thing, but you guys were having a big discussion about the catch weight, last week, and what if hypothetically, let's say this catch weight really affects Sean Porter, and let's say Broner knocks out Porter in one of the rounds, and then God forbid he passes away from it. Do you think that kind of situation, like a death, like there needs to be a death for catchweights to finally be done with? Like, do you think that that's the only way for catchweights to end is for there to be a severe death in the ring? Like, do you guys think that's what needs to happen?
That's pretty dark. No, I don't think that would end anything. I think at the end of the day, boxing is such a taboo point of view when it comes to death. They don't treat them the way they should. If it was football, if it was baseball, look at what happened with baseball with bats flying, and then they started making the third base coaches wear helmets and stuff. Like all other sports kind of look critically at themselves when they have to. Boxing is like the only sport that won't do anything until outside entities start to say that they're going to come in, and that's when you see something. I don't think a death would stop a catch weight because at the end of the day there are a lot of ways where catch weights work, and there are instances where they have to work if these two guys are going to fight and they're willing to do it. They can be done in a responsible way, and for all we know, this is being done responsible. The problem with catch weights is they're always like Monday morning quarterback situations where afterwards we realize the severity of what it meant. Daniel Gell, whatever, and they're still even questionable to that extent. Was Gell wasted because he's wasted, or was Cotto just that good? Like, there's still questions, there's still gray areas. So no, to answer your question, I don't think a death at a catch weight would stop it ever.
Well, the thing is this, though. If you look back in history...
No, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. If you look back in history, has there ever been a death in a catchweight fight? So if there was one, what they would say was, okay, statistically this has never happened, so they would look at it as a whole and say, well, maybe it wasn't the catch weight because look at all these other catch weights that have happened,
Exactly.
and nothing happens to the fighters.
Well, Beeb, let me ask you though, because typically in the history we discussed this on the last show. The reason why I don't like this is because now it's basically the A-side's way of showing how big their dick is. They can pull you down. When in the history have we ever saw someone pull a Daniel Geale down out of his division? You know what I mean? Like, this is the first time we're seeing fighters that aren't at a certain level that are now having to move down to concede to these A-sides.
This is why no one can call me biased, because Sugar Ray Leonard, everybody knows, is my favorite fighter of all time. I love the guy, inside and outside the ring. But I've been critical of some of the things he's done. And one of the things that I'm critical of is when he fought Donnie Lalonde and made Donnie Lalonde put his 175-pound title and made Donnie Lalonde come down to 168. So basically, that's the most egregious catch weight I've ever seen. He made a guy come down friggin' 7 pounds. When was the last time that's ever happened? And I love Sugar Ray Leonard, but I thought that was ridiculous that he made Donnie Lalonde put his 175-pound title on the line along with the vacant 168-pound title. That fight should have just been for the 168-pound title. Why was it a 175-pound title fight? Imagine that. That would be like having a welterweight come down to 140. You know what I'm saying? That's 7 pounds. Imagine that. So I'm a straight shooter, but I will say one thing. I've come to just accept catch weights because guess what? No matter how much Beeb bitches and complains about them, they're not going away.
Beeb, it's not just Beeb anymore. It's Beeb, James, and the rest of the Boxing Voice, bro. We gotta let it be known. I'm tired of it. Like I said, I'd rather it be Miguel Cotto wanting to fight someone in between, not necessarily Miguel Cotto making his own weight classes because he wants to prove that he's still relevant.
Yeah, I mean, and to be fair, outside of that Sugar Ray Leonard incident, it didn't really happen a lot in the past. You saw catch weights, but they weren't in title fights.
Well, and I'm gonna make one last point. When Gotti was at the end of his ropes and fighting Mayweather and stuff like that, everybody always talked about he was too small for 147 but too big for 140. He would be like the master of like that 143 division. That's what everybody always talked about. But Gotti never had that A-side marketability in terms of power to get guys to do these things. So when these guys get to this point when they're able to dictate terms and they do this, essentially for some of them, it's the only way that they can, stay existent. But with Miguel Cotto coming in at 153, it's just absurd. If you can make 154, why aren't you fighting 154? It's not like you're at a lack of competition.
I'll tell you one problem that could occur down the road, and this is going to be my last point because I don't want to hang on to it too long. The issue is going to be you're going to have guys like say, okay, I'm the 147-pound titleist or whatever. I moved up and just won a 147-pound title. If they start making guys come down to like 141, 142, that's when it gets real sketchy.
Oh, that's bad. Yeah.
You're setting a bad precedence.
Why are you giving people? They're giving them the idea. Like I never even thought of that. That's terrible.
Because think about it. Cotto made Martinez like 150.
I get exactly what you're saying.
It was 159-pound, right, for Martinez.
Yeah.
Then it went down to 157. Now, next time it's going to be 155.
Fuck, that would be terrible. I didn't even think of that. Coming down to the...
All right, let me... Look, there's so many great reviews out there, so I'm going to pick a few. And I don't know if I'm going to get to them all because obviously I'm not the best reader. I should have sent this to Mario. But where we at? Let's see. I like this one. I want to do this one because it's an international one, and it put a smile on my face to see that we got fans in the Netherlands.
Wow.
That's freaking awesome. So, by Amsterdam Boxing from the Netherlands, an international shout-out is the title. It's a 5-star review. And let's go. He says, I have been following the show for a while now, and although the show is aired at bedtime for me, and I very often disagree with some of the angles and opinions. Whenever I can, I tune in because in the Netherlands, not a lot of us people seem to like boxing, talk boxing for hours like you guys do. Not only do I like the passion you guys show for the sport, I like the chance that everyone gets who calls in. I guess he meant something else there. I guess he meant to say he likes that everyone gets a chance to call in. Nestor lets those who say insane things finish their thoughts. I also appreciate the fact that Nestor is one of the few reporters that at times asks journalistic relevant critical questions that I look. I know it sounds like a setup. I didn't know he said that. All right, guys, I'm dead serious. No, I'm serious. I'm serious.
He says Nestor's the best shit fucking ever. Ness is the smartest dude. Everyone else fails to compare.
Let me read mine.
This is so random. This is so weird that I chose this one.
Smart and cool and handsome. His mustache was awesome. I love the guy.
I'm not even gonna read it
I love
anymore.
Danny Garcia.
I'm gonna tweet it out.
I love the way he eloquently takes those puffs of the cigarette.
I'm tweeting it out. That's messed up because this guy's name is Amsterdam Boxing, and he's gonna feel like I didn't read his whole review. But
Amsterdam, is that what his name is?
Yeah. That's so unfair, man. Look, that guy. Look, I'm picking one area. I'm not even gonna stop. I'm gonna look. Boom. Where's that? Okay, easily my favorite boxing podcast. And this one comes from Charlie in the U.S. and it says, I listen to a few boxing podcasts, but the Boxing Voice is easily my favorite. These guys seriously know their stuff, and I really enjoy listening to their takes on all things boxing. Plus, they're super entertaining. The vibe is really lively and entertaining. A++. Well, thank you. All right, let's get back to some callers because I just wanted to read a few. Oh, some alumni here. He's probably steaming right now.
Introducing the hard-hitting ringside Robbie.
No, I'm not steaming. It's already hot enough out here in Northern California. But wonderful show, and it's great to have the Beepster back, man.
Thanks, Robbie.
I don't mind. I don't mind waiting when the class is back in the building. You know, what can I say? Great fights this weekend. I'm picking A sides all the way down the board, and we're gonna be boxed out come Friday and Saturday, man, with all these good fights. So, great interviews. So I don't have much else to say. I'll sit back and contribute like I always do.
All right, Robbie. 225. You're live on the Boxing Voice. Who's this?
It's 225, you say?
Yes, I did.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate that, fellas. How you going? How y'all doing? Good to see you back on air, Triple OG, Double OG, B.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
First thing I want to talk about is Nez, bro. I saw Hunter was getting ready to chin check you when you was pushing for the interview with Khan. I thought, man, you better chill out. He's finna wrap you on a little closer, man.
Dude, that was the weirdest thing for me because I had interviewed him literally like 15 minutes before for like 15 straight minutes, and he said I said something about Pacquiao or Mayweather. Like he didn't want me to ask Khan those questions. He was doing it to everybody. It just I recorded it because I like to show you guys, my view.
All right. Well, hey, but listen, let me get my stuff off right quick, Ned, before you interrupt me. First thing I want to say is we all can say that Mayweather is the king of 147. He's been running that division for a little while. He's been the king. But he stepped up and fought Canelo, Oscar, and Cotto. And one or two of them made a catchweight, but in a high weight. Pacquiao was the king of his division at smaller weights. He stepped up and fought Margarito at 152 to win that title. And Marquez was doing his thing at 135. He stepped up and took up Mayweather for his first chance to prove himself. We even had Sugar Ray go up to 160 and took on Hagler. And we all know Roy Jones Jr. dominated his division for a long time. And then stepped up to heavyweight and took on what's that boy name?
John Ruiz.
John Ruiz.
Don Luis. He took on Don Luis, whooped him, turned the belt back on. He came back down and got knocked out like 2 fights later, but still he went up. My point is, yes, you made a comment a couple weeks ago that I didn't like. You said so the caller called in and said something bad. We're talking about GGG need to step up or something. And you said, man, I just them black dudes hating on GGG. How are we hating on GGG when we've been getting the fights like Murray, Gale, Stevens, Rubio, and Morrow, and we supposed to prove this dude number one and all that, but we got other fighters.
Look, I'm going to tell you why.
Hold on, let me get it off. Let me get it off right quick. Let me get it off. And then you can go. We got other
I'm
fighters.
coming, okay?
All right, come on, dude. Ain't no problem with that. We got other fighters that stepped up and went up to higher classes. Then even came back down and still ran a division and all that and all that. All we saying is we want to see a competitive fight, but you won't call out a whole race because one black dude said he wanted to see a competitive fight and he ain't fight nobody. Man, it's just them black dudes hating on GGG. Man, I felt offended like a motherfucker, bro. I wanted to come cut your paw off over there. But it's all gravy.
Yo, you're going to have to send me a clip. You're going to have to send...
My last thing, you can go. You can go say the other day that Vic Cheney, that dude is a bomb. And then when a caller earlier called Gail a bomb, you defended Gail. Are you kidding me? What's the difference between Vic Cheney and Gail? The same damn thing. Former champions that don't got nothing else.
No. But Darchinyan, Darchinyan is far removed, though, my friend. Come on, you gotta admit that. You gotta admit that Darchinyan is far removed from the former champion that he used to be.
And Gail don't look like he's far removed.
Gail is starting. Listen, Gail is starting to fall down. You're right, but remember, Darchinyan. This happened to Darchinyan long before. It happened with Donaire. It happened with Mars. It happened with numerous people. Beat Darchinyan already. Not numerous people beat Gail.
If you put Kirkland and Gail into the fight right now, I'll give my money. I'll put my money on Kirkland.
Well, maybe, but we don't know now, do we? We don't know, but we don't know because Kirkland did get knocked out by Yoshida.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So we don't know. That's the beauty. That's the beauty. No. Listen. You took it that way. Anyway, what I was saying is I want a clip. I want a clip. Go record it. Get it off YouTube and show me where I said that. I don't remember saying it in any way. Look.
That's the words you said. That's what you said.
No. Get it to me on audio. Get it to me on audio. Listen, and anyway, if I said it, listen. Oh my God, can you let me move on? If I did say it, right? It don't fucking matter. It don't matter. It's still my opinion. And on top of that, listen, he's doing what he got to do. I don't understand. You want him to move out of a division because the true champions in that division, you want to give them a pass. Think about what you're saying. Anybody that moved up, first of all, hold on, let me finish. First of all, anybody that moved up for a reason. When fucking Floyd moved up from welterweight to fight De La Hoya, it was for a reason. It was to become Money Mayweather.
What was the reason he moved to fight Cotto?
What?
What was the reason he moved to fight Cotto? What was the reason he moved to fight
money? Money. It was always money.
So he was making the same money he was gonna fight regardless with Canelo or anybody else.
Are you in? Listen, brother. Listen, I gotta put you on mute. I'm gonna just give you some facts because I'm not gonna argue until you get educated. Listen, first of all, it was not the same thing, and it can never be the same thing. He got like 29 million for Guerrero, and then 42 for Canelo. It's never the same thing when you're doing or fighting someone at a higher class. It's always more. What do you mean?
And you're getting pay-per-view cuts, and it wasn't just the financial that you get from it. It's from the massive, like being in such a massive fight like that.
The recognition alone, for you to say that it's just like any other fighter, that's an insane statement.
And who's this big payday at 168? Like, seriously.
The only one incident where you could scratch your head is when Cotto fought Martinez instead of Canelo, when he moved up to fight for the middleweight title. But that was for history.
But don't you see that kind of working in favor now? Because, I mean, you could get in there with Canelo, and that's a risky fight, in my opinion. He went up there, snatched that title, and now look where he is. He's able to reign and dictate what he wants.
But can I ask you this, James? Sure. At the time, though, did you think that the Martinez fight was the more... I didn't, but did you think the Martinez fight was the more riskier fight?
Oh, yeah. To be honest with you, I think you remember me and Ness going hard at you, Beeb, on like text messages saying.
I'm not going to bring that up again, that part of it, but because I've already put that in the past. I don't want to keep riding.
Good for you. Danny Garcia fans need to remember this.
He's taking shots, James.
Yo, I'm still not over that bullshit. I'm telling you. I thought I'd never been so positive that Cotto was going to lose.
I think he got $3 million for that fight, and I think that there was like $10 million on the table for Canelo at that time.
I know there was $10 million on the table for Canelo. That's for sure.
But now look where he is today. So he could still get the same amount of money. At this point, he's doing good. So.
But didn't he, in a sense, kind of make the same amount of money because he raped Martinez in that fight. With Canelo, I'm not sure it was going to be that kind of split. You know what I mean?
It wouldn't even matter, Mario, because obviously things played out in his favor. He got a $55 million deal.
That's a sick deal he got, man.
Just so crazy. He deserves it.
That a sick deal. Oh, I'm not hating on it, but listen.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something. I've been critical on this show in the past, but this new version of his wife.
She's so hot. What, dude? I know, dude. I never even thought she was that good looking prior to this. She looked like a dude.
You know
but
what
now
it is?
she's like, woof.
Know what it is with her though too? She's not just cute. She's sexy. She has like that sex appeal.
Yeah. And it's like unassuming. Like he doesn't know.
Winners promote that. Like when you're winning and everything's going good, everyone's happy and it's showing in their family. I mean, the kids were there and everything. Listen, let's keep it moving here. We got Suleiman Escala.
How you doing, Ness? How you doing? Good evening.
Good. I'm good. What's up, Suleiman?
Okay. I want to talk about the Wilder fight first. You know, it's embarrassing that Wilder's fighting a cruiserweight. He was that guy. He was a Texas national champion, Texas state champion in the cruiserweight division. He also was the Latin champion, the Latin American champion at cruiserweight. He went up in weight and fought Chris Aviola, and he got knocked out.
Yo, Suleiman, real quick, do you think it's wise for Wilder right now to be ducking Amir Mansour clearly like he is right now?
I was gonna say that.
Yeah, but you guys make a joke because he lost by split decision to Steve Cunningham. But if Amir Mansour goes in the ring with him, he's going to give him angles. He's going to use a lot of concussions or combinations on him. He's going to box him. He probably could match him in the boxing skills. And like you said before, he broke his hand in it before. So I mean, he's losing a lot of effect by fighting a non-credible opponent that's actually a cruiserweight. That guy knocked out by Chris Aviola. He could fight a guy that lost by split decision in a tough match with Steve Cunningham, right? That just won a couple of fights, and it'd be much more credible. These fights like that is effective. And then the catchweight, they could use catchweight and heavyweight. The only division that could use catchweight legitimately would be the heavyweight division because there's a big disparity in size. So that's the only division that I can understand like using a catchweight. And also a lot of fighters, like for example, a lot of welterweights, if they're fit, fighting fit, some of them weigh like 143, 144. Julio Cesar Chavez, when he fought Bruno Whitaker, he weighed 144. And the fight went into a draw. So a lot of fighters, you could train. When you make the 147, you're gonna be sluggish. So what they do is they cut the weight down to a weight that they have all their skill assets, and they could use it in the ring. It's happening in many other fights. Okay, so and also I'm gonna pick the whole A side. And this is a fighter that nobody's mentioning too much. Jose the Centro Pedaza. I mean, this guy is.
People are listening.
Hold on. How are you gonna say we not mentioning that when we went into that?
Not enough.
That was
not enough.
Not enough.
He was painting. He was too busy painting a picture of Amir Mansour to pay attention.
Ness and Mario did a thesis on that fight.
You guys will take Amir Mansour. Okay, but right now the heavyweight division, right? Eric Molina. How many rounds do you think Amir Mansour is going to take with Amir Mansour?
He might go the distance with Amir Mansour.
I'm picking the upset in that fight.
Suleiman, I got an honest question. Why are you so excited about a guy that's 42 years old?
It's because he was Amir Mansour's cellmate. That's what he's doing. He's trying to back his cellie, bro.
I've never been in prison. I've never been see and sold people. The guy did a complete turnaround. He became a regional title holder, right? He fought Steve Cunningham, lost by split decision. He's on a comeback. He hasn't lost no fight. He's ranked in the top 10 by of all divisions, but yet Deontay Wilder, a fighter that broke his hand, he hurt his hand in metacarpal in a fight with Bernie.
Suleiman, you hate Wilder. I don't understand it.
Yeah,
anyway,
he's got to fight credible opponents. I just want him to fight credible opponents.
Okay, like Amir Mansour. We got you, brother. Listen, I'm going to get to some other callers, but thank you for calling in, as always, Scholar. Listen,
let's be real, though. Amir Mansour is better than Eric Molina.
That's a fact. I don't want you guys to think that me bagging on Suleiman, but I think that's 100%.
Do you guys think Suleiman visited Amir Mansour when he was in prison?
Yeah, he at least had his address. He was writing him up.
Did he send him a care package?
I think it is Amir Mansour.
He's the publicist.
I think it is Amir Mansour. Like, I think he's just calling in. He created this fictional character, the scholar, and he's just like calling in as himself.
Yeah, he's taking the mic and going like this.
Y'all don't forget about Amir Mansour. Don't forget about me. I mean Amir Mansour.
Yo, is anybody gonna call in and talk about my boy Laura?
American Dream, baby. You know what this is.
I talked about him.
Yo, he passed away this morning, Dusty Rhodes. Isn't that
I heard in the chat.
Oh, I got that news. Yeah, Logan told me, texted me about that. That's crazy.
That's so
Hey,
sad.
Ness, go to that 609, Ness.
609. Where are you? 609. Marco.
Polo.
Marco.
Hello.
Polo.
Hello.
Marco.
You there?
609, you're live. You're supposed to say Polo. You never been in the pool?
Fish out of water.
Yo, I'm in.
You're in.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You're on.
Oh, first time caller.
Oh.
Give it to him.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm calling.
Hold on. Let's do this the right way.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his professional debut.
Rafael Rapid Taino from Trenton, New Jersey. I'm in the damn house.
Oh shit!
What up? I love it.
Bro, representing. Yo, man. I'm just glad, man. I seen Habib. Is Habib back? Yo, Habib.
Yeah, man. What's going on, brother? Thank you.
Oh yeah, man. Nice. And I'm glad, man. Boogie Dawn Sean, man, called the other day too, bro. He's the man.
Yeah.
Listening. I just want to make this real quick because I've been waiting there for an hour and like 50 minutes. I didn't know I had to put that dial at number 1. So I'm making my quick pick, man. Lara, KO in 6. Beterbiev, KO in 4. Walter by decision. Puerto Rican Pride, man. Felix Pendejo, bro. He'll KO in 7. Deontay Wilder, KO in 5. And I just want to tell the callers, man, do that raffle, man. You know, support the boxing voice.
That's what's up.
Oh, you the man.
That's what's up. Save this guy.
And Bradley, bro, yo, man, he's a good fighter, man. And Joe Diaz, man, he's my second favorite trainer. And number 1 is Robert Garcia, bro. And I just want to say hi to you, Ness, Puerto Rican Vic, James, Bobby, my man Joe Habib, and my man Mario Khan Lover.
Yo, did you just call him Bobby or Robbie?
No, Bobby. No, Bob.
No, it's right. Oh my God. No.
Yo, but you could go by Bob though if your name is Robert. Don't act like that's like that photo face.
Ringside Bobby. Ringside Bobby.
My name is Robert, but you know, people call me Robbie on the show. I hate the name Bobby, so.
Why? You be bobbing and weaving and...
Come on, Robbie.
Robbie Bobby? Robbie Bobby?
Yeah, I know Woods. He be giving you some shit right now, you know, but crazy shit. Him on the show, man, bro. Yeah, bro, he's a man, bro. Y'all make my day, bro.
All right, brother. Well, thank you for calling in, man.
Good first call. I love it.
Good first time caller, man.
First
For
time
real.
caller.
That was a good one, man.
Energy is what we need.
Hell yeah. Let me see. We went to Suleiman. This might be Drew the pitcher, right? 267. You're up.
Yeah, that's correct. What's going on, Ness? What's going
Yo,
on?
I'm on my game today. I'm picking numbers out the fly. I'm in the Matrix. I'm Neo. I can see the numbers.
All right. For starters, you know, I got to go with all the A sides here and everything. I usually like to try to play devil's advocate and throw something else in there, but it's really hard for me to go against the norm on this. Except to say, for starters, I heard somebody say earlier how Miguel Mariaga beat Nicholas Walters once in the amateurs. He actually beat him twice. And
see, that's what.
Yeah, that's what James said. James said that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be surprised at all if that's a lot more competitive than people expect. Just because he's not coming in with that usual intimidation factor, or more of a participation role, like heading into the Lomachenko fight. I think he's going to come to try to prove a point. So I wouldn't expect Walters to actually look sensational on Saturday. I I'm taking Walters by the win. Like I said, I'm going with the A side, but I think he's going to have to work for that one a little bit. And as far as Arizlandi Lara against Rodriguez, I actually wouldn't be surprised to see a knockout. One thing for those who follow Lara back when he was fighting on Friday Night Fights, the thing is, when he doesn't respect a fighter's puncher's power, and Rodriguez isn't a big, devastating puncher and everything, he stands in the pocket a lot more, and he looks to try to seek you out. You know, he moves when he's fighting a guy who he knows can hurt him. He moves when he's in there with Canelo. He moves against E.J. Smith and stuff. But against a guy, you know, a little more shot more in the way Rodriguez is coming off the Cotto knockout, I expect Lara to be more aggressive and try to make a statement.
My man, this is my favorite call so far tonight. He's agreed basically with everything that I've been saying. Keep preaching the truth, brother. Keep going.
Yeah. As far as Wilder versus Molina, of course I'm taking Wilder by the KO. The whole thing about it, if I was Wilder, I would try to stretch things out a little bit. I wouldn't try to knock him out too quick. I was going back and I was watching that Stavern fight. And the thing is, even though Wilder looked good, he impressed us all with his boxing. Looking at his body language in the late rounds, he was pushing some of those punches a little bit. He was starting to shoot arm punches with his elbows. It looks like he's not fully conditioned yet and fully acclimated to go in the whole 12-round distance. So I wouldn't look to get this guy out of there right away, especially if you're trying to line up bigger fights next, like Klitschko or Anthony Joshua or anybody along those lines. You're going to need a little more stamina. So if I was Wilder, I would try to carry him a bit.
Well, although if he does that, on Sunday's show, everybody would be calling in and say, oh, he should have blown this guy out of here. You know that's going to happen if he does that on Saturday.
Right, and see, that's the thing. I feel like it's a little bit of an unfair criticism because on the same strip, I think that, you know, these fighters are still in their development stages. While they're still building up, like, you know, I'm worried about if he fights if he gets into the deep stretch against a Klitschko, he gets into the deep stretch against a Joshua or Wilder or something like that, and he starts to tank and start shooting those elbow jabs or those arm punches. I think he's going to have some problems down the stretch. So, like, you know, I still think that they need to work on his tank a little bit, and that's the only reason I wouldn't try to go for a one-punch knockout or a first-round KO. At least take him to your usual 4-round, 5, 6, somewhere in that type of range.
Well, keep one thing in mind. After Molina, he's got the mandatory with Povetkin.
That's a tough fight too, man.
Tough fight and everything, because, you know, Povetkin is an experienced vet at this point, so, you know, it's like you don't want to take it too lightly and then walking into a trap, especially if you're not fully ready. I'm just saying, I think from a physical standpoint, he has to prepare a little bit more, like before they start throwing him in with the big wigs. As far as the catchweight situation everybody spoke about, just to answer that question, as far as, you know, who was the last guys who moved down, there's actually been quite a few. In fact, like when Pacquiao fought Algeria, it was at 144. When Canelo won the title, Canelo won his junior middleweight title against Baltimore at a 150 catchweight. It was like, you know, it actually, you know, more recently we're hearing guys.
Yeah. But wait a minute. But wait a minute. You're talking about the A side going down to fight a whack ass B side. Not whack ass because I like Algeria, but in Valdemir's case, please, he was.
No, but in both those situations, those are guys that weren't legitimate at their weight classes anyway. Pacquiao's never been a legit full form. That guy could still fight at 135 if he wanted to, probably. So in both those cases, I don't think it's the same as a guy who's legit at a weight class coming full down.
Yep.
Yeah, but the whole discussion started over the Broner Porter thing. But Broner's not really a welterweight either. So, you know, it's like, I think he kind of, you know, he's essentially a former lightweight, and Porter fought as high as super middleweight in the amateurs. So he's like, essentially, if you look at their walking around weights, the disparity between the two, I don't have a big problem with catch weights unless, like, my big problem is if it's an A-side matter, if the two fighters are already normally fighting in that division, campaigning in that weight class, and one guy responds to the other one, or one guy demands the other one to come down to the catch weight. If you're both fighting at 147 and fight at 147, if you're both fighting at 141, both fight at 140. If one guy's not natural in that division, it's only legitimate. It only gives us a way to complain one way or another. It's like if we're going to demand fights between guys at different divisions. You know, if Ward fights Golovkin, for instance, if Golovkin goes up to 168, if Ward beats him, then everybody could say, oh, we forced him up to 168 before going up super middleweight. Or vice versa, if Andre Ward goes down to 160 and Golovkin knocks him out, everybody could say, well, he fought a weight drain Ward. So it's really, you know, it's a pick your poison on it.
Yeah, that's why I hate him. Listen, Drew, thanks for calling in, brother. We appreciate it. We're going to get to Jersey Seth. Jersey Seth, talk to us.
Yo. What's up? Joe Habib, welcome back.
Thank you, brother.
I got a lot of shit to fucking say. First of all, let's take it back to Canelo Cotto because that's what you guys were talking about when you first started the show. And Mario's right. Mario, you're 100% right, and that's exactly the reason why I'm so excited about this fight, just like everybody else. It's because of the simple fact that there is no fucking A or B side. That means that's the sign of a good fight. I don't know about you guys, but I don't really want fights with A or B sides. I want fights with no sides. As soon as somebody says A side, B side, that means that's probably a fight that I don't even want to fucking see.
Well said.
Now, Mayweather Pacquiao was back in '09 was a no side fight. They were both A side fighters. But unfortunately, when we saw the fight, it was a A side, B side fight because Pacquiao got knocked the fuck out, and he just basically was not in his prime. And we saw what happened. Shitty ass fight. Even though he wasn't as bad as most people say, you know, because I enjoyed watching it. I appreciate skill. The fact is, it wasn't the fight that we wanted to see. Now, Miguel Cotto, Saul Alvarez, they're both stars. I think if I was in Canelo's position, if I was him, I personally wouldn't have a problem going to the Barclays Center to fight Cotto if Cotto gives me the amount of money or close to the amount of money that I originally asked for. Now, if he's going to be a bitch about the money and then he's going to want me to fight him at the Barclays, he could go fuck himself. And I'm pretty sure that's exactly the way Canelo's thinking. And I don't blame him for that. Now, moving on, we're talking about Sean Porter. Ken Porter's probably listening. Listen, man, your son's a great dude. I think he's a hell of an athlete. But the fact is, you guys fucked up when you agreed to this bullshit catch weight. 144 is already bad enough. But, okay, let me put it to you this way. Can we all agree that Adrian Broner is naturally a smaller person than Porter? Are you guys all in agreement with that?
Absolutely.
Wait. No, man. If you go to our Instagram, shameless plug. If you go to our Instagram, actually in the face-off, Broner's taller. Shameless plug. Instagram at ThaBoxingVoice.
Yeah, but he's a thicker guy though. Porter's a bigger guy.
Stockier.
Well, I mean, you got to be specific when you say what bigger, because bigger to me is taller.
No, I mean more massive. I agree with him. He's a bigger, more massive guy than that.
You got to take everything into account. The fact is, Porter used to fight at 165 as an amateur, and Broner was fighting at 132 towards the end. Okay, so we know who the thicker guy is. We know who the bigger man is. We know who the guy with the broader frame is. That's Sean Porter. Just because someone's short, that doesn't mean they're big or small. Cotto is a big fucking 54-pounder, aside from the fact that I'm fucking 5 inches taller than him. I'm a big guy for a 54-pounder, but if you add everything up, me and Cotto are probably around the same size. Now going back to Sean Porter, if you guys look, we're all in agreement that Broner is naturally smaller, which he is. He's got a thinner frame. So what if he's an inch taller? It doesn't fucking matter. He has thin bones. Now the thing is, he weighs in at 165 when he fights in the ring. I don't know if you guys know that, but Broner gets up to 165 when he's fighting in that ring. Against Maidana, I believe that's what he was. Now, Porter is a physical fighter. He didn't get to where he is by being a master boxer or being skillful. He got to where he is because of his work ethic, his conditioning, and his tenacity, and his will. Now, the most important thing for a fighter like that is his physicality. Now, when you bring someone down like that to a weight that they're not comfortable at, and then you put on a rehydration restriction, that's going to affect a guy like Sean Porter a million times more than it's going to affect a guy like Floyd Mayweather, for example. Because Floyd's not about his physicality anyway. You know what I mean? So Sean Porter, his physicality, that's like his main asset. That's his best asset. He likes to push people around. He likes to maul you. And if he can, he'll just run over you and just end it as fast as possible. Now, he's going to be like half the person he usually is. because of that rehydration clause. And I don't give a fuck what his dad said about the IVF shit. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. Broner's straight punches and his jab and Porter's lack of physicality is what's going to win Broner in the fight. They fucked up, bro. I'm telling you right now, they fucked up. They should have never taken this fight, but who knows? Maybe they were kind of forced into it. Because at the end of the day, you got one guy running everything. And if he proposes a fight to you, and you know, you can tell if Al wants you to take a fight or not. And if you decline a fight that you know that he wants you to take, he's not going to look at you the same or take care of you the same. Or at least that's the kind of fear that you have. So what do? You accept the fight. And that's what they did. I know they're not stupid. I know they know what they're getting themselves into, but they kind of had to. Because it's Adrian Broner and it's what Al wanted. And whatever Al wants, that's what happens. At this level, at the high level. If you're a guy that's building up his career, it doesn't really fucking matter. But these are important big fights that Al is putting together. And if he wants you to take a fight, you better take it, or else you may take a back seat when it comes to attention. Now,
yeah, but it wouldn't be a bad thing anyway because he's clearly bringing his guys back. Look at Collazo has another shot at now becoming a champion.
Right. But at the end of the day, you're still not viewed the same in the public eye. You can never be a Floyd Mayweather. You know what I mean? Because you got that stain on your fucking record. Which, you know, don't get me wrong. I don't care if fighters have losses or not. That's more for the casual fans. But I'm just saying you become less marketable. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but that's the truth. And speaking of the truth, I don't get why people are saying Porter looked good in his last fight against a guy that had 2 weeks to prepare for him. Because this guy, first of all, I don't give a fuck what you say. That guy was not a world-class fighter. Porter made him look like a world-class fighter. Porter did not box well. He looked fucking sloppy as fuck. He looked sloppy as fuck. And he still... So,
Sev, save us the drama. Save us the drama and fucking pick Broner and get it over with.
Listen. Porter punches just like Tim Bradley. He has no punch technique. Bradley is the only fighter I have ever seen in my life that has that doesn't know how to throw a punch and got to the high level. He's the only fighter I know that does not know how to throw a punch and has got to the elite level. Porter, he best learn how to throw fucking punches properly because that guy is throwing. He's very inaccurate. He throws clubbing shots, but he's a hell of a fucking athlete. And he's all about winning, and he's a true champion at heart. I think it's going to be a good fight. I'm picking fucking Broner, man. Easy pick, good fight.
Sev, guess what? You're a week fucking early, man. Later. You knew that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. 310, you're up.
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
We hear you.
All right, man.
We also hear your radio in the background.
All right, here we go. That better?
Go for it.
Okay.
Whoa. Talking to the speaker.
Say it again.
Talk into the speaker.
Is this better? Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Look, yeah. So as far as the Lara fight goes, would any of you guys agree that if he were to let this go 12 rounds and not really, put some good pressure on, Rodriguez, do you think this would be career suicide for him after a couple of really poor showings?
I agree, man. This is a must-look-good fight. Rodriguez is not on his level. Like Vic said, this guy's a career 147-pounder. At 154, it's Cotto and Trout. Like, please.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, dude. He gotta come here and put some hands on this dude, some good ones though. You know what I mean? And if it not even if it does go 12, he really needs it
he needs to knock down at the very least a couple of them. As far as the Broner fight goes, I was hoping I would be the first to get it in really quick, but Sev got to it first. I want to say that I got Broner in pretty spectacular fashion. I just believe that you're going to see the Adrian Broner that, you know, he was kind of hyped to be. I believe this little kid got some balls on him, man. And you know what I mean? I believe he's going to bring it to the table, and it's just going to be when you really see it. He's going to put it together. I know he's been out partying and doing that crazy shit or whatever, but I truly believe that you're going to see some real good stuff out of this kid in this Porter fight.
You guys are a week early on this. You realize this, right?
Yeah, I got you. Another point. Walters. Now, I'm not sure who's going to, I don't know much about his opponent, but I'll tell you one thing about Walters that people may not know. Now, that guy's Jamaican. Now, here's the difference in that. Now, I'm African-American. My wife's a Jamaican. They're, for lack of a better word, what you could call like flag wavers. Now, in the African-American community, or just in America, period, it's almost seen as taboo to wave an American flag to a certain degree. It has to be right place or right time. But now if you go Caribbean countries, I mean not countries, countries and things like that, you know, they have their flag in their window a lot of time when they're driving. You know, Puerto Rican, Belizean, and Haitians and Jamaicans, you know, they're very nationalistic. So Aram, I'm sure Aram understands that. He could fall upon, and I'm hearing that, you know, the guys in the family kind of start to know about this guy. They will really get behind this dude, man. It ain't like Tim Bradley where, you know, the African-American community ain't necessarily coming out to support the fighter. You know what I mean? This is a little different thing. So if this Walters can keep the winning going and stay relevant, he can really get a good push behind him. And really quick, as the caller went back, man, as y'all know, I'm one of the main igniters of the Triple G flame. And I don't want to do this to the show, bro, because I'm not into that today. But I just want to say it like this, dude. Whatever the black guy narrative is, and I ain't never heard you say that. You know, I've heard people imply that in different ways. But I'll say this, and that's what I've always been saying. It's not that, dude. It's not that. Now, what it is with us is we ain't giving you nothing until you show me you deserve all the same. Now we looked at in a certain way, but we was also looked at in this same with this stare when we had the Pacquiao thing going, and we were the only sect of fans that was like, man, this is going to be a blowout. It was like the stupid black guys. They always think the black guy's going to win, or, you know, it was the stupid kind of black guys. In some circles, I felt like that. Like, oh, it's just you black guys who think he's just going to whoop Pacquiao's ass. But in the end, we were right. You know what I mean? And so the Triple G...
Yo, you're horrible. In the end, we were right.
No. You know, but like, so with Triple G, it's like, dog, we respect the game. You know, we see you're elite. But now show me
Triple
something.
G ain't Pacquiao player.
Exactly. But not saying he isn't. Pacquiao, of course, at his prime, is far greater than Triple G is going to be at his prime. I guarantee that.
But guess what? Guess what? His prime is in question, though. It's always going to be in question. To the hardcores, anyway.
Oh, true, but it's for me. I still put Barry Bonds in the Hall of Fame. If you ask me, because you know, hey, fuck it, man. You know, I don't know. The numbers don't lie. I don't know. I put Barry in and Pac's going in. You can consider them the same thing in a certain sense. But that's all I got, though, fellas. I never got a chance to really tell y'all my favorite show by far, and I listen to a lot of them. You know, and man, they're crappy, dude. It's getting to the point that I can barely bear listening to other of them because they're so agenda-driven. You know, you guys are the only place that a cat can come and get a bunch of different folks' opinions from different backgrounds, and everybody gets to express that. And I really, really appreciate that, man. There's not a lot of that out there. The Boxing Voice, man, y'all the shit. I'm out.
Well, thank you very much, brother. We do appreciate it because we know that there is a lot of other options, man. So we appreciate it. We're going to keep these phone lines moving. Anybody, you know, want to say something before I move on? I mean, we still got a couple of headlines we need to let all the people know about, right?
Yeah, the Klitschko Fury.
You know what I want to actually talk about? it's not necessarily in the headlines. A little bit of it is this Murray signing with Matchroom, and the rumor going around about this Groves maybe Murray fight. And the reason I bring that up is because this is a Triple G opponent. And you see, this is a fight that I'm excited about. I wouldn't mind seeing Martin Murray move up to 168 and face George Groves. I have no problem with that. Even DeGale, if he had to. I think DeGale is with Eddie Hearn, right? I mean, I don't know. What about you guys? Or should I just move on to another caller?
No, I like that fight too. I mean, absolutely, because you bring up a good point saying this is an ex-Triple G opponent, but this will give us an indication of whether or not Triple G's power or ability will transition up to the 168. And I really don't care like what anyone says. Before the Triple G fight, I thought that Martin Murray was a very durable opponent, and I think he's going to give a lot of people issues. Even after it, I still think he's going to give a lot of people's issues. So, I mean, George Groves, I mean, Stewart, I think Stewart loves George Groves more than I do. I'm not really high on the guy. I think that he does a good job, but he's got a weak chin. He's got a good pop. Someone like Martin Murray isn't necessarily going to get knocked out of there. He's completely different than Triple G. So not only do I like this fight, I'm welcoming a fight at 168 for his first chance at George Groves. Because I think it's only a matter of time. It's inevitable before Golovkin goes up there. And it'd be good to kind of have someone else pave the way. Someone like that specifically. This isn't Daniel Geale moving up to 168. This is Martin Murray, someone that's very durable. So I like the fight.
All right, let me take this Skype caller here. We got Milos.
What's up, guys? Good show so far.
Milos, where you calling from?
From Serbia.
Serbia, man. Let's ask Beeb, because that got to be around Beeb's area, right, Beeb?
Serbia is in Europe. It's close to the Russian countries. Am I correct, sir?
It's by Croatia. Used to be Yugoslavia.
Yes, it's a former part of Yugoslavia. It's not actually close to Russia. It's in the southern part of Europe.
Okay.
First of all, before I make any picks, may I ask who is in the charge of rankings at the Boxing Voice website?
It's a gentleman by the name of Robert Palmer, along with a committee of guys that I am not included in.
Well, I have to say that he is not doing very well. He's doing a pretty
Tell him why, though. Tell him why.
Tell me why. Which
one? Update him. So you tell us what's up.
Which division? Let's debate it. Which division?
Super middleweight division. I am not sure how is it possible to have Derek Edwards in the top 15.
Well, he's fought some really tough guys, and if I'm correct, I don't think he's ever been stopped. Or no, actually, I think he's fought a lot of top fighters. And
all right, but how about this though? Can you get him out? Can you name another person that deserves to be there?
Oh, of course I can.
Who?
Tyron Stoige, for example.
Who?
German prospect called Tyron Stoige.
Yeah, we're not getting that pretty good. Maybe you should stop moving if you are moving.
Yo, when's the last time you checked the updates? Because we don't have Derek Edwards in the top 15.
Oh, yes, he is. He's in number 14.
Yeah, but he beat Badu Jack. The only guys he's ever lost to is Andre Durrell and Matt Korbarov. Oh, and then he lost to Adonis Stevenson and Marcus Johnson. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, but none of those names are bad names.
No, they're not. They're all top guys, and those were 3 years ago. The only guy he lost to recently was Andre Durrell, but he beat Badu Jack, who's a world champion right now. I mean, Derek Edwards is a legit fighter. Top 15 doesn't seem out of the realm. He's fighting Gilberto Ramirez.
He's number 14, and then he's mentioning, what's the guy's name? Serbia?
Tyron Stoige from Germany. He's a top prospect. He recently headlined in a show in Berlin. He dropped a guy who has never been fought.
Man, you have a really bad connection, but what I'll tell you is this, man. We never heard of him. We're glad that you put us on him. Maybe he comes across our air, but I never heard of him.
I don't know who he's beaten. Badu Jack is, I mean, he's a world champion. You beat Badu Jack. I mean, I'm not saying that automatically gets you in the top 15, but the guys that he lost to are top fighters. And I'll tell you what, he can make a tough fight for Gilberto Ramirez.
Shit, Sergio Thompson was like everyone's top 10 all of a sudden after knocking out Linares. So
yeah. Talk about Linares. He looked good that last fight. Listen, Serbia, you got anything else for us, brother?
Yeah, I have picks. I have Erislandy Lara and the Nicholas Waters card. I got Felix Verdejo versus whoever the opponent is, and probably and probably Waters as well by the knockout. But I wouldn't be surprised if he got knocked out because, as I say, as I hear, he lost to his opponent in the amateurs twice. So I wouldn't be surprised if he lost. They are both undefeated. That's pretty much it, guys. Keep it up.
Well, all right, brother. If you want to stay on there on mute and listen in, you can do so. Let's get to our next caller.
American Dream.
QB, what up, what up?
Yo, what up, man? Yo, what up, Ness? Yo, I thought y'all forgot
Hey,
about
QB,
me.
let me tell you
Yo,
something.
what up?
Somebody, one of the listeners to the show texted me today and said that he wanted to join the contest, and that if he won, he wanted you to be with him.
All right. Word.
Word, for
That's
real.
what's up.
Because you know it's 2 tickets.
Yeah, we can make that happen. So what about if he do? So if he win, okay, I got you. But what I could bring somebody too, then, right?
It's only 2 tickets.
What a dude? He a dude?
Yeah, he a dude.
We'll
But it ain't a date, man. I mean, you could go with.
I know. All right. We can make that happen, man.
Why are you taking it
Tell
there,
him,
bro?
Definitely.
Well, he's a listener of the show. I don't know. He's probably gonna revoke your ticket after he hears this. But talk to us. Let me get some boxing.
Tell him, nah. Tell him it's all love. Nah, I was just thought y'all was being funny.
I think he told me he's 40.
It's all love. Yeah. Tell him I said what up. Yeah.
I think he told me he's 48, and he said, "Fuck it, let me do a Vegas trip before I get too old."
Yo, I want to go to a fight with QB too. Like, what's up? Like, it's not a weird thing, QB. I want to fucking go to a fight with you too.
I
want to go to a fight with
Mario
QB.
rolling in there. Look, he laughing. Yo, Beef, what up, Beef?
What's going on, brother? How you been, man?
Yo, where you been at, man? Where you been at, brother? Where you been
Hanging,
at,
bro.
man?
I've been hanging and banging, bro.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Don't be arguing with Nesto, boy, because you know what I'm saying. I just play. But yeah, I'm gonna just say my picks real fast. Yeah, I'm picking Nicholas Waters, but the other Weathers, whatever, you know. But listen. In the amateurs, I heard that, you know what I'm saying, the dude beat him twice. I don't know how true that is, man. It's gonna be a harder fight than he think.
Yo, that headline is circulating, man. Whoever wrote that story, because that's all they talk about for this whole build-up of this fight.
Is it true though?
Yo, it is true, but it's not just that he beat him in the amateurs. I'm telling you, he passes the eye test to at least be extremely competitive with him. I love this fight, and for this reason.
Who's this Colombian kid signed to? I hope he's not like a free agent.
He could be. I don't know. Columbia Star. Who knows? I don't know. I just made that up.
He's with All Star. He's with All Star Boxing.
All Star?
They had WV too. Yeah. Fucking what's his name?
You mean Star Boxing? Joe DeGuardia?
Nah, All Star Boxing. All Star Boxing.
Who the hell is that?
They were the ones. Shit, they were the first ones to sign Canelo. They're the ones that were selling Golden Boy for a while.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And we know that didn't work out well, or it worked out of court.
Well, I mean, I guess they got paid, but yeah, that's who he's with right now.
All right. Well, QB, man, thanks for calling in, brother. I'm gonna move on. Did you get all your picks?
I'm picking Lara, and I'm picking Deontay Wilder. That's all my picks, man.
Yo, is this the first time he's going with all A sides though? Usually he's like, I'll go with Delvin Rodriguez.
Ain't no B side to pick in this fight, man.
I got Carlos Molina. We don't have B sides.
I go against the grain if I got to.
There ain't no B side. It's like the fucking S side. These two opponents.
It's all whitewashing this week, man.
A and D sides.
All right, QB, thanks for calling in. Yo, in the chat, Joel Lopez, 40 ounce. I sold weed to Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. today. That's his comment. Freaking weirdos. Let me see what we got here. 951. Who's this? Where you calling from? 951. Who's this? Where you calling from? Going once.
Hey, what's up, Boxing Voice, el compa de Los Ángeles.
Compa.
Hello.
What's up, compa?
Hey, what's up? How's it going? Hey, I'm happy that Joseph Habib is back on the line. You know, I like when all you guys are on the line. You know, James, what's his name? Mario. Well, I wish Stuart was on too, but he's not. But it's all good.
Thanks, bro.
But anyways, I got I got Lara. I got who else?
Wilder.
Verdejo. Fuck it, I like Verdejo. I got Verdejo.
Damn, I like the way you say that name, Verdejo. He almost made him sound Mexican, right?
He almost made it sound like he was calling Pendejo.
I'm going for Felix Verdejo.
I'm Mexican, but who else we got?
You got Eric Molina.
Got Wilder.
Eric Molina is gonna shock the world.
But Wilder knockout first round bomb squad. And I got Walters.
Pedraza.
There was another fight too. That who else? I always get nervous when I call. But
Pedraza.
Yeah, I got
and,
better beat. I don't know who that is, but yeah, I got better beat. But hey, I don't mean to talk shit against Floyd, but all right, let's say if Miguel Cotto was to how do you say it? Let go of vacate his middleweight belt. You guys think people will talk shit about him, right?
No,
I don't
yeah,
think so.
but they will. They will. I know where you're going. I know where you're going, but you ain't smarter than me. They will only because they know that Triple G's waiting for it. For Floyd, there's never a real threat. None of his mandatories are a threat. Triple G is a threat,
Yeah,
so it's like, oh, you're vacating
right.
to duck, but.
Hey, but
Thurman is good, but he's not a threat.
I'm not trying to hit on Floyd or nothing, but like he vacated the title, and now Thurman was the champion, and Lara. But I'm not like trying to talk shit about him or anything. I'm just pointing that out. So I don't know why people, hating on Goto. But you guys see? What you guys think?
You got a point, man.
He vacated the 154 and the 147. So I just want to point that out to the listeners that talk shit. But fuck, what else? But yeah, man, I just want to give a shout out to the Boxing Voice, the best podcast, the best motherfucking boxing shit that use the radio station, whatever. And shout out to you guys. And hopefully you guys could all be together on shows like this, because I like when all you guys get together and talk boxing. I wish Stuart was on too, so you guys could pick on him and. Boxing Voice. That's right.
Don't worry, we'll pick on him extra hard next time we see him just for you.
Yeah, man. Thank you, compa, man. Thanks for calling in.
For real, but for real, little beef, you gotta call in more often, man. All you guys. Late.
All right, cool, man.
All right, brother. What we got? 832. You're up. Who's this?
Whoa!
And no.
What's going on? See, y'all bees in the building. The whole cast back together. What I'm talking about, you hear me? Now, first of all, I want to know if you guys heard anything about when Pacquiao come back. Bob ever supposed to be setting up a fight with him and Terry Cross. Y'all heard about that?
Nah, I ain't hear about that. I think that's too soon. Crawford just moved up to 140.
Man, that's what I heard, man. Then I heard Margarito on Hands of Stone. I heard he's trying to make a comeback.
Yeah, we got a story on that. He definitely is.
Yeah.
Or he mentioned it. He mentioned it.
Might be him and De La Hoya, both of them making a comeback. What y'all think about that? That's possible, huh?
I would take a Margarito tonight versus Victor Ortiz tomorrow.
I don't think that De La Hoya would do Margarito. I hope not.
What? Why not? He got a messed up eye, so he gonna use that.
Yeah, I think De La Hoya beat Margarito.
It's gonna be at 154. It ain't gonna be at 147.
Nah, there's been talk of 160-pound De La Hoya comeback.
160?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. The rumor I heard is Oscar wants Triple G.
Yeah.
Bullshit. He would knock the gold out of Golden Boy.
He's trying to get put in the prime box, huh?
He want early retirement.
He would be the golden plated boy after that fight.
Yeah, now I wish I had Stewart on because I heard something about Jerry together, but no, I guess too.
Oh yeah. Wait, I got that in here. We got that in here. I seen something about the gal.
What do you think about that fight if it pops off?
Wow, that's interesting.
It's an intriguing fight because, I mean, obviously Kovalev did what he did against B-Hop, but I still believe that he could be competitive with people.
You know what's funny? Let me ask you this real quick. You see how B-Hop was coming in at like 172 his last couple of fights? Do you think he was just trying to see how low he can go, like kind of experimenting to see if he could make 168? I think that was always in the plan.
I bet he could. I bet he
I don't know if it was experimenting because I don't think you want to be too low facing Kovalev. I just think it was something done on accident. You know, you working out and he just lost weight. Yeah, I mean, why would you want to be? I mean, unless that was the plan to be lighter to move faster, but he didn't move too fast. Well, listen, NL, let me get to some other callers, NL. All right, brother. Thank you for calling in. 561, you're up. Who's this?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm DJ First. I'm the first time caller.
First time caller. All right, brother. Don't worry about it. Don't be nervous, man. We love you here.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his professional debut.
Yes, I'm from Jamaica. Yes, I know Nicholas Waters from way back. Yes, from Jim's Cave Gym. Yes, in Western Nivelle. So this guy is a beast. Yes, and it's a straight KO tomorrow.
You think he's gonna knock him out?
Yeah, straight KO in the 6th round.
6 rounds, damn. So if you're from Jamaica, tell us, man, what's going on with this? Did he really get beat up by this guy, Mariaga, twice?
Yeah. In the Olympic trials, yes, he beat him.
So what else you got for us? Other than Nicholas Walters, who's going to end it in 6?
Yes, in the Walters fight, no, in the Wilder, straight KO in the 1st round for Wilder.
What about Felix Verdejo?
Yeah. This Felix Verdejo from Puerto Rico. Yes, he's the next big star in boxing. Yes, we have a bright future. I think he's gonna win by KO the 5th round on Saturday.
Well, all right, Jamaica, man. Thanks for calling in, brother. We're gonna get to some other callers. We are on drive-by mode, but thank you again. 312, you're up. Who's this?
Yo, Fight Doctor in the house.
Fight Doctor, what up?
I'm on Al Capone status. What's going on, Joey?
Al Capone status. What that mean?
It's an upgrade from Rick James.
Al Capone, man, you running around knocking people's heads off?
No. That's just a shout out to a caller that called back a few weeks ago and had mentioned that I used to call another boxing program, and at that time they used to call me Obamaville. So that was just a shout out to them. So that's what one of the things I used to say when I call in back in those days.
I don't know. Whatever show you're talking about, it sound like it died. You said back in those days, I used to. What happened?
I don't know. They stopped doing the show. I don't know what happened. One day they was on the air, next day they was gone. So shit, it is what it is. So listen, please, I'm glad you're back, bro. I love you, man. No homo.
Thank you, brother.
Now, B, I know that Ness, he begged you to come back on the show, and I'm going to tell you why, okay? Because he was tired of getting beat up week in and week out by yours truly. So he needs some backup, and naturally, you're the one that's got all the boxing knowledge, so, he needed you to come and have his back, so I wouldn't be, stomping the shit out of him week in and week out like how I normally do, okay? So that's what that's about.
Oh,
glad to have you back, bro.
Thank you, brother.
And we never finished our Klitschko conversation, and that conversation needs to be finished.
Off air.
Okay, but not tonight. Okay, we
Not tonight.
We gotta save that one for another night.
We'll
okay?
say that for another night.
So I just want to touch quickly. On the whole catchweight situation. Okay. Look.
Hold on. No one this week is having a catchweight.
Okay. So look, y'all was talking about it earlier. So can I just give my 2 cents on the whole catchweight situation? Do I have to talk about the fights that are coming up tomorrow and Saturday?
If you must,
the fights this weekend, to be completely honest with you.
If you must talk about a catchweight, then I guess.
Okay, well, I just want to just give my 2 cents on the catchweight situation, okay? Now, listen, I don't like catchweight fights. Main reason why I don't like catchweight fights is because it's a built-in excuse. Whoever the loser is, it's always a built-in excuse. Oh, well, I wasn't used to the weight, or I was drained, or whatever it was. Look, that was the first thing that came out of Marquez's mouth after Floyd beat him, okay? Oh, well, the extra 2 pounds or whatever it was, or I wasn't used to. That's, you know what? Listen, at the end of the day, I don't like excuses. You signed the contract, okay? So you got beat at whatever weight it was, and it really don't matter. Look, the fight could have been at 147 pounds, could have been at 140 pounds. Floyd was going to beat Marquez regardless of the weight. Weight had nothing to do with the loss. However, that being said, it's always a built-in excuse for the loser when you have these catchweight fights. That's the first thing that comes out of their mouth. Oh, well, I wasn't used to the weight. But you signed the contract. So if you signed the contract, then what is the whole story about you agree to the weight? So that can't be used as an excuse because you knew what the weight is before you signed the contract. You knew what the weight was. So if you didn't feel like you was comfortable making a weight, don't sign the contract. Just that simple. Listen, after you sign the contract, you can't use weight as an excuse. That's off the table now as an excuse because you agree to fight at the contract weight, be it catch weight or whatever the weight is. That's no longer an excuse. Okay, so, but that's the main reason why I don't like the whole catch weight situation because it's always a built-in excuse for the loser. Okay, always, and it's just it needs to stop, honestly. Now, yeah, I understand catchweights have been around since, I don't know, long before I was born, and catchweights will be around long after I'm gone. It's a part of boxing. No point in complaining about it because it is what it is, and we're going to have catchweight fights regardless. However, me, as a boxing fan, I frown upon catchweight fights mainly because it's an excuse. Now, the flip side of that equation is this. Catchweight fights allow us to see certain fighters, certain matches, boxing matches, that we wouldn't normally be able to see because you have 2 fighters competing in different weight classes. So catchweight fights allow fights that otherwise would not happen, allow them to happen. So that's the upside. All right. So there's no point in complaining about catchweight fights, and or catchweights period. And I think this is probably the last time you're gonna hear any of this come out of my mouth because, it's a part of boxing. It is what it is. Accept it. Deal with it. Move on with life. Talk about the fights.
Well, all right, Fight Doctor. I don't know why you keep calling back from this 312 number. I mean, you're trying to make it very hard for me to allow you on the show. But thank you for calling in. And please continue to call in from the 773 number that you have. I think this is CT from Connecticut.
Yeah, what's up? What's going on there, Sky? How's everybody doing tonight?
Good, good. What's going on, CT?
Sure, man. I don't know if you guys peeped that, but I don't know if I was the only one that heard it, but the Jamaican caller that called it, it almost sounded like he was going to say that Murray knocked Nicholas Walters out during the Olympic trials. I don't know if he was going to say that, but it almost sounded like he was going to say it. Either way, I think that fight's very interesting. I see it being dangerous for Nicholas Walters because of the layoff and really the fact that Mariaga has some real power. One of the Colombian punchers, almost like a Ricardo Torres fight. I see both fights in the can this Saturday, but I see Nicholas Walters, dealing with adversity. Him I think he has a better skill set. I think his jab, his reach will play a part in the fight, but I know with exchanges he's going to be in dangerous territory with this guy, but I think he'll come out probably with a 7th round knockout.
Yo, CT, but shout out to you, man. That's a good comparison for the Ricardo Torres versus Miguel Cotto fight. 2 punchers, one just so happens to be on a better level. That's a great comparison.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very entertaining. I'm looking forward to seeing Felix Verdejo. He's very, very talented. Even though I'm a little, I don't want to compare him to Felix Trinidad too quickly because it's a lot of pressure on his shoulders, you know. I'm talking about a legend here, a guy who won the title at 20 years old and beat Maurice Blocker. So it's a little too soon to compare him to maybe a Felix Trinidad, but just let the guy's future, belong to where he's at in the boxing, as in his career. But I'm looking forward to seeing him fight. He's going to knock the guy out in probably like 5th round. Good chance of fashion with left hooks. I think Laura, he needs a knockout. He's due for something, but for some reason I think, Rodriguez might give him a little bit of trouble here and there, but I see Laura winning by decision. But I think he's due for a knockout, especially with a caliber fighter like this. I see Wilder ending it in 3 rounds, and what was first on this weekend? He got covered them all, didn't I? Anyway, those are my predictions. Thanks a lot.
All right, CT. Well, thanks for calling in, brother. As always, we appreciate it. We got 805 up. Who's this?
Hey, yeah, Central Cali, man. First time calling.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his professional debut.
G the Beast, man. Now, man, I'm happy that you got my man B back on this show.
Thank you, brother.
Mario's fanboy shit has been fucking killing me. Bruh, Amir Khan is not who you say he is. He's just not.
Whoa. But Beeb is a big fan of Amir Khan, too.
But he's not a fanboy.
I'm not a fanboy. I can fully admit that he's got defensive flaws, but you can't tell me a better offensive fighter than Amir Khan. You can't.
Floyd Mayweather?
I give you that.
Floyd Mayweather's not a better offensive fighter than Amir Khan.
My bad, I didn't catch that.
No. Ness said Floyd Mayweather's a better offensive fighter than Amir Khan, and he's absolutely not.
Now, I'm sorry, I retract that. Hey, Mayweather is the best, but I agree with you that Amir Khan is a high caliber offensive fighter, and he's at the level that you put him at, but he's not the number 2 welterweight at all. Not at all. Who's he fought? A beat up Algieri? How are we gonna raise him about that after you went life and death with Algieri?
Well, I'll tell you what. When Algieri starts campaigning at 147 and starts beating some of these guys at 147 that you hold near and dear, I guarantee the Algieri that we saw against Amir Khan gives problems to anyone, including Keith Thurman.
I agree, but maybe not Thurman. But honestly, I really like to go in. I know you're in drive-by, so I really don't want to hold no one up. I'm gonna call back next show. Beeb, I'm happy you're back, man.
Wait, you ain't got no picks? You ain't got no picks?
You were here.
Thank you, brother.
What's that?
You're not picking all A-side at least?
Oh, man. Okay. Why do I even need to say anything? We have the world. We have America's next Mike Tyson fighting a fucking cruiserweight. Come on.
You're right.
That's why everyone keeps talking about next week's fights.
No shit, right?
This welter fight's gonna go off. Anyone that plays competitive sports knows that when you go against somebody that's beaten you twice and maybe a knockout, like the Jamaican caller just said, you come with something else and you bring something else, or you sit down. So it's gonna be very interesting to see what he does.
That's a good point.
Amateurs ain't the pros, man. Amateurs ain't the pros.
No, and that's my point. I agree, but it's still a mental. It's still fighting is so much more mental than it is physical. And
I agree with you, brother.
He needs to bring his mental.
Well, all right, man. Thank you for calling in. I wanted to say we got an email, and they were asking. They said, just curious, you announced a while back that you were going full-time. Did that change? And the reason I'm asking is because I didn't know. I thought it meant more shows and more videos, more coverage. But cool either way.
Calling you out. That's what's going on.
I mean, how many videos can you put up? I mean, you putting up.
I don't know.
The fucking YouTube has exploded.
Sounds like he wants a show every day of the week.
Well, he actually. Well, that wasn't the first one. I said, what would you like? I mean, let me know. Tell me what you want, and then I'll try and provide it. And he said, well, I love the show, but I don't like going from Sunday to Thursday. He wants a show in between there.
I don't know how many more videos you can put up unless you start doing a reality show in your house and shit. Then you can.
Wait. He said he wants a show in between Thursday and Sunday, or in between Sunday and Thursday?
In between Sunday and Thursday.
Oh yeah, okay. I was gonna say, like, what could we even talk about between Thursday and Sunday? Like,
you do a breakdown of the breakdowns. I mean, what do you got?
When we get into the fight, I think I'm going to talk about his ability to go on the outside. But I'll save that for Sunday.
I think James's contention of the Walters fight was wearing down, and his stamina wasn't where it was when he was breaking down Donaire last year.
Well, we could
save that for Sunday.
We could always review the weigh-ins on Friday. You never know.
It could be a quick one. Hey, I'll tell you what. There's some interesting things that happen sometimes at the weigh-ins. Like that one time when that dude, when the Durrells were acting a fool,
and they lost,
and then they lost,
and Broner choked 2 people. But he won. All right, let's get back to these callers. 805, you're up. 55-minute wait. I'm sorry, my friend.
Hello.
Yes, sir. That's you. 805.
Oh, hey, first time caller, y'all. First time caller.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his professional debut.
Isaac Jones. Who? Isaac Jones. It got a ring to it. How y'all feeling today?
Isaac Jones. Who? I like that.
Look, I'll go through this real quick. I got Wilder, Lara, Walters. There's no surprise there. I think that's why everybody's talking about the Adrian Broner and Porter fight. That's the real fight to be excited about.
Well, it would be more exciting if you guys were going live. So there's 3 spots left. Shameless plug.
Get him. Got him.
I ain't mad at you. Also, I've been listening to the show for like a month and a half, so I'm just going to touch on a couple things. Mario, I'm with you, man. Amir Khan is nice. Amir Khan is really nice, and I don't know why nobody wants to give him that credit. Maybe he does have a glass chin, but I think he's up there with the welterweights. I think he's gonna give Keith Thurman a damn good fight. I mean, if Keith Thurman don't catch him, he gonna outbox him.
Exactly. Oh my God! Finally, Jesus. Thank you.
But think what you just said.
He actually admits, he goes, I can fight Amir Khan and I can get outboxed.
Exactly.
He said that himself.
Exactly.
Yo, that's a big if, though. Let's be real. Someone that could throw like Keith Thurman is gonna get to Khan.
I hear you.
Well, Keith Thurman's been calling out Khan for a long time. He's been making Khan look like a fool in the media. He need to handle him.
He don't deserve Khan.
I hope they do fight. I think it'll be a damn good fight. I just found out right now listening to you guys. I didn't know that they had a rehydration thing with Porter. You said he can only go up 10 pounds?
Yeah, he's got to weigh 154 the night of the fight. 154.
Yeah, I don't see how that can't affect him in a negative way. Like I think Adrian Broner's team knew exactly what they're doing, especially if they've already sparred him before. Because I was on your YouTube channel. I was looking at the interview, and Adrian's like, well, he already knows what he's walking into.
Yep.
So I guess they've already met before.
Well, they've sparred. Ken Porter has hired Adrian Broner to be Sean Porter's sparring partner, and excuse me, according to Kenny Porter, he says that he's got audio of Adrian Broner saying he looks up to Sean, and that Porter had to go. He walked up to him and he said, "Listen, coach, I know what you want, but I can't give it to you. Sean he's too tough." That's what Kenny says. Adrian Broner says, I'm not going to tell you what happened, but just know that that boy and his father, they know. They know.
Oh, okay then. So I guess we're about to find out. I guess we are about to find out. Another thing, I don't have a problem with the catch weight 144. I know you guys don't like catch weights, but Adrian's too small. I honestly thought the Maidana fight, I think 147 pounds beat Bronner. I think that's really what beat him. I think we found out in the first round when Maidana came out and he hit him with I think it was a jab. And
yeah, but let me tell you something, brother.
He had to catch his feet in the first round.
Yeah, but let me tell you
I think
something.
It was the weight beat him.
I know you were a first-time caller, and I should take it easy, but nah, that was 2 years ago. If he wasn't 147 pounder, he wasn't one back then. But with all his partying,
no, that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. He's saying that it was the weight being at 147 against Maidana that beat him.
I hear you, but that was back then. Now there is no excuse for him not to be at 147.
Oh yeah, I get what you're saying.
If the weight would have beat him in that fight, wouldn't it have also affected him in the Pauly fight?
Good point. That fight came first.
But
he got the title in that fight.
But when was Pauly ever a real 147 himself? Or pack of 147 punch?
It did affect him.
Like a welterweight.
Yeah,
It did
Pauly
affect
can't
him,
punch.
though. It did affect him because he didn't look good. He didn't look good.
He didn't. You're right. Pauly looked really good in that fight. It was close too, but still, I think
Mario, Rayfield tweeted out that it is a done deal. The main event is a done deal for the Barclays Center, August 1st. Danny versus Pauly.
Man, why couldn't give us that 3 days ago? Couldn't give us that 3 days ago, man.
I thought for sure Danny was gonna fight Mayweather. I thought that's why they kept him undefeated. Honestly.
Looks like Mayweather and Khan's gonna happen then.
Well, I'm in the building, Barclays Center. Let's go.
Is it gonna be at 147?
James, this is the one you got to come to right here. Summertime. You and Mario, you got to head out this way.
Ness, is it gonna be at? Is it what weight class did it say it was gonna be at?
I didn't read the story, but it should be 147.
What'd you say, Vic?
Well, it's 147. Danny dropped the belts.
Oh, okay. Well, we talked about him dropping the belts, but good. I'm glad. See, and that makes this fight so much better that it's at 147. Any other weight class, it's stupid.
Yo, August 1st, that's nice. That's the summer. You guys should definitely come. You can stay at my house. Anyway, let's move on. 805, thank you for calling in, brother. 469, I think this is T from Toronto.
Nope.
Oh, I'm wrong?
Got it wrong again, brother. She's Miguel from Dallas.
Oh, Miguel from Dallas. How don't I know that by now, Miguel? My bad.
That's all good, man. I just want to welcome Beef. What's up, Beef?
Hey, what's happening, brother? How you doing, man? Thank you.
Brother, and I want to say what's up to Bobby. And,
Bobby.
I'm messing with you, brother.
I know.
I want to say about the guys. I'm choosing everybody, man. It's hard. Everybody, you know, that's an easy pick. And I had a question, bro. Who do y'all think, and I was just out of the story y'all making, I'm just going to leave it at that and y'all can answer it when I get in. Who do you think is stronger? Kirkland hits harder, I should say. Kirkland or Cotto?
I think
Cotto.
Kirkland.
I think Cotto. I think Cotto does.
Cotto?
Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah.
Because
I do.
on that fight, I remember Canelo getting hit by Kirkland pretty hard, and he took it very well. So.
Oh, my God. I can't believe we didn't talk about this. Arthur Betterbeef, that dude, Eldeliers Alvarez, and this other guy, Oscar Rivas, I guess. They've all signed to Heyman. This is that's crazy. He's like swallowing the whole Gin Promotions little by little.
Yeah, that's old news though. I mean, Rayfield's big as hell on that.
Betterbeef signed a while back.
Yeah. And
Betterbeef signed a while back, and so did Alvarez.
Enter the boxing fantasy Porter versus Sean versus Broner. I'm trying to go to that. So
well, actually, Miguel, we only need 2 more people. We just got one guy by the name of Aaron who joined. So now we're down to 2 people. We need it by Sunday, and you never know, man. Hopefully you're the guy, man. We get to hang out with Miguel this way. I'll never forget your number.
Yeah, hopefully. You answer, guys. Come on. Trying to make that trip. All right, man. And I'll see y'all Sunday, brother.
All right, brother. Thank you for calling in, Miguel. Back to Philadelphia, 267. Who's this? Going once. Going twice. Who?
Just listening.
Okay. I think we got to this. 646, didn't we get to you?
Nah, not yet, man. What's good, Ness?
What's up?
Yo, welcome back, B. What up, James? What up,
Thank
Vic?
you.
What
Thanks,
up,
brother.
Ringside Robbie? Fucking, I know I went in yesterday because Chris Algieri came out the Nas, but Amir Khan just took a picture with Nas. That's why he won, man. Throwing that out. But this weekend, man, I'm very excited to see this guy Better Beef. I want to see him in the ring next. Since he signed with Heyman, you know, we all know he's gonna knock out his next opponent. Hopefully, you know, Marcus Brown gets a big step up fight and fights Better Beef. I would like to see that.
What? Yo, come on. You from New York, man. Why you trying to crucify my boy Marcus?
Yo, man. That's going to be his breakout performance, man.
Whoa.
Hell no. They signed Better Beef to kill Kovalev. Because if anybody want to talk about amateur wins and losses, y'all talking about Nicholas Walters and some dude Mariaga. Well, Better Beef, who you are seeing on TV, and Kovalev, who you do see on TV, they've met in the amateurs. And Better Beef, yeah, he took him out twice.
He bettered him.
Yeah, I know, man. But fucking, Deontay Wilder too. That is an easy fight for him. But I like to see him against fucking hopefully Antonio Tarver next, man, because you know he's not gonna fight the winner of Tyson Fury and Klitschko right away. So
no, he's got a mandatory coming up with Povetkin.
Oh, he has a mandatory with Povetkin. Well, that's gonna be a good fight. And,
Yeah, that's a really good fight.
After Fury beats Klitschko, he'll probably unify with Fury.
Yeah, I forgot you were high on with Fury.
No, Fury and Klitschko's actually happening. I'm surprised we haven't talked about it. I think it's in the itinerary.
Yeah, it was. I mentioned it, but
it's going to be in the UK, too.
Hey, 646, you all done, brother?
Yeah, also, one last thing. I'm going with Nicholas Walters this weekend. And Ness, I think you're sleeping on that fight. It's going to be the best fight of this weekend, hands down.
I'm not sleeping on it. I just never heard of Mariaga. I'm going to watch it. I'm going to watch it like I'm going to watch every other fight. Listen, man, let me get to some other callers, and thank you for calling in. I do want to say, man, shout out to Matt for putting together such a great itinerary, because look at this that we also skipped over. Junior welterweight John Molina, who is under temporary suspension for testing positive for a diuretic following his lopsided decision to Broner back on that PBC card on March 7 at the MGM Grand, had his disciplinary hearing delayed until July. Why are meetings being delayed for, I mean, you're guilty, right? You got dirty urine. They just got to give you the suspension or the fine. And also, Raymond Beltran, Vic, does this overturn his win over Al now that he was on steroids on Stanzolol? No, Stanzolol.
I believe it does. Yeah.
Oh my!
I think it turns
into
into
a beautiful knockout.
Yeah, no contest.
That's sad because it was such a nice looking knockout. He needed that. I was so happy for him. Jeez Louise, man. All right, 503. You're up. Who's this?
First time caller.
Man, we got a lot of first-time callers today.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his professional debut.
Tony Pareco from Portland, Oregon.
Oregon in the house. Josue's from the Lower Oregon.
Yeah. Yeah, and I've heard him on here a few times. I don't really know where Low is, but let's see. I'm just gonna make it pretty quick here. I got all the A sides on here. Walters, Wilder. Laura, and definitely excited to see Better Be back on. Well, I was going to ask, as far as I was watching an interview with Kim Porter,
and he was talking about how he's optimistic about Sean's weight, and he was saying that Sean's already within 8 pounds right now. Is that normal? I mean, being a week out, is that much weight to drop within a week? It seems like a lot, but
nah, that's normal.
Yeah,
that's normal. That's normal.
Right.
Yeah, because remember they rehydrate. Some of these guys, look, the last fight we just seen, Gil, he went up 20-something pounds the next night.
Right.
So yeah, they rehydrate, man. They take off that last 10, 12 pounds that night of. Somehow.
Hey, what channel is Winnie Moss? I don't know. I might not have it, but I was trying to find that.
You have to. I mean, in my area, I think it's like 583. But your best bet is if you have some sort of app on your cable provider or your DSL, and if not, just call them up or Google it. Really. But it could also, if you're on the east, I think it comes up at Solar Book Sale as well.
Gotcha. All right. Yeah, I'll look into it.
But if you're searching it, if you're gonna search it on your cable provider's app or something, search it under Book Sale, like BOXEO. I mean, no, whatever, Book Sale, whatever.
You're right.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I know what you're talking about for sure. Cool, man. Well, yeah, it's good to hear. You know, I've been listening to you guys for about 6 months now, and just wanted to let y'all know that, you know, being that most of my friends are casual at best, I got like one buddy that follows the sport, and but man, I found you guys, and I've been doing chemotherapy for a while now, where I'm, you know, locked up in the hospital for 6 days at a time, and I just happened to stumble upon some of your guys' videos, and then found this podcast. I've been kind of going back and listening to your old shows, just killing time, and I really appreciate everything you guys do. Look forward to your show every Thursday, Sunday. I'll try to call in more often, but yeah, it's good to hear be back on, and
Thank you.
and
Thank you, brother.
know what you guys are doing.
Man, thank you, man, and good luck with the chemo, man. I hope you knock that cancer the freak out, man. We need a real story from you.
Yeah, I just finished it up, so yeah, now it's just on the follow-up scans and hoping for the best.
Yo,
And,
so did you get your marijuana card or what?
What's that? Oh, man, like that, I don't know, it's kind of expensive, like with medical bills and everything. But my pops also has one, so he's just been kind of hooking me up under the table. So I figured, you know, I might as well just take advantage of that. And, you know,
Nice.
But you know, I tried to drop you guys a 5-star review. Hopefully that happened. And do you guys have any gloves on the? You guys gonna do that glove signature thing anytime soon?
You could probably get some in Vegas too.
Yeah, we'll take a bunch of gloves with us this next weekend, because we'll be out there and we'll get some. I know we got a Kodo glove, I think, and I still, oh my God, I only delivered 2 of the gloves. I delivered the Canelo gloves, and that was because it wasn't even me. That was shout out to Anthony Rodriguez, our Texas guy. So Anthony and Jerry, I know I got your gloves. They're right here. They're right there. Look, you can actually see them. Look, boom, they're right there. I'm not going anywhere.
Well, when I can, I'll definitely support you guys when I can, because I definitely want to keep this show on as long as possible.
Oh, man, don't worry about it, brother. We're not going anywhere, and we're glad that you found us, and we just need you to spread the word. I know you said you don't have many boxing fans, or friends, rather, but it doesn't matter. Share.
I don't give a fuck. I still talk to them about it. I make them listen. So.
Like a true boxing fan.
Great.
That's
how you got to do it, brother. That's how you got to do it, man. Well, thank you again, man, and good luck with that, brother. Man, we meeting everybody this time around. I love it. Let me see. I want to guess that this is AB.
I know a amigo who will charge you 0 and throw you a kilo. I bet in a week, bro, your pockets be stuffed like Chipotle burritos.
What's up, man?
Yes, what's up?
Hey, welcome back, Beeb. I don't
Thank
know if
you,
you're
brother.
still there or not. So
yeah, I just want to clear the air. I want to clear the air. And I know the tension is sick. Yes, Beeb got a Floyd Mayweather contract. Yes.
Oh, really? For what?
He signed back to the Boxing Voice for $250 million. 6 fights he got to give us.
Okay. Hey, so I gotta clear something, dude, off, because there was huge disinformation. Where there was a caller that called in, and he spilled disinfo all across, you know, the radio, and I gotta clear that up. He was talking about how the middleweight division has been historically weak since the mid-90s. the middleweight division has been the most competitive division since the mid '90s, with the most talent pool: Julian Jackson, Mike McCollum, the G-Man, the Body Snatcher, Roy Jones Jr., James Toney, Bernard Hopkins, Felix Tito Trinidad, Kelly Pavlik, and now you got one of the best fighters in the last 20 years, Golovkin. So the guy's talking about the middleweight division being weak. That's probably one of the worst calls ever.
Yeah, I remember that call.
I'm surprised you guys didn't mention those names because, I mean,
Well, Fight Doctor
that's
put
a
him in his
legendary
place, though.
division.
Yeah, Fight Doctor put it well, and he made it clear that what he was alluding to was that there were always reasons for those middleweights in the 90s and 2000s to move up or down, that there were bigger fights to be fought, but he just
Nobody moved up and, look, every fighter always moves up and down.
No, of
There
course,
hasn't
of
been one
course.
fighter, you know, and
Yeah.
there's been fighters that never moved up, like Mike McCollum, Julian Jackson.
AB, let me interrupt you. Let me interrupt you for 1 second. I just want to say there's 3 other callers left that we haven't gotten to. Don't hang up. Don't lose hope. We are getting to you, and we do see you.
So the Lara fight, are you going to go to the fight?
Hell no. Chicago? Ain't nothing over there but win.
Okay. So here's the thing. If Lara, I expect a knockout from Lara. If Lara can't knock out Rodriguez, he has no business in the ring with Golovkin. You know, that's
Yes! Oh my God, AB, I love you. That's great. That is right. This is a barometer fight. If he doesn't look good, all you freaking losers talking about he needs to fight Golovkin, or he's ducking Golovkin, or Golovkin's ducking him. Kill yourself if he doesn't knock this guy out, because there's no way he's going to last with Golovkin if he can't even hurt this dude. That's a good point, AB. Man, save the best for last.
And, I'm excited for Betterby, you know, and just always excited for his fight.
Yeah, but I mean, everybody's excited, but we all know this is like a late replacement.
Yeah, I'm disappointed in that, man, seriously. And regarding Broner Porter, you know, the thing is, everyone always talks about how big Porter is, but nobody talks about how big Broner is. I mean, Broner's showing up to fight night weighing 165 pounds, and, you know, we're talking about, like, size-wise. You know, I don't think size-wise is based on muscle mass necessarily. I think it's in boxing, size is more based on height and reach. Because those are the two things that, you know, give you an advantage in the ring. Having a bigger chest, or, you know, bigger shoulders, or, you know, bigger quads. You know what I mean? If anything, that's just going to put you in a disadvantage, because Sean Porter is a perfect example of that, and so is Adrian Broner. These guys are physically at a disadvantage compared to their opposition in the welterweight division when it comes to height and when it comes to reach. So the fact that, you know, Porter is benching 300-plus pounds, all that's doing him is getting, you know, he could have been competing at a lower weight class, but instead he's competing at a higher weight class, and he's at a disadvantage in height and reach, and so is Broner. So I think they're about equal in size, honestly. I think, if anything, Broner looks like the bigger guy, because I think he's taller, he's got more reach, and he's just as big as Porter.
I think,
you know, in terms of.
Oh, I was going to just say real quick, I think Porter has more muscle mass on him, though, than Broner does.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I don't know, maybe proportionally to his body, but I mean, Broner is weighing in at coming in 165 pounds, and is looking pretty shredded on fight night. So, I mean, it's not going to be an easy cut for you know, either one of those guys.
I agree. I agree.
So.
AB, we only got 10 minutes left on the drive-by feed, bro. I gotta get to these other 3, brother.
Basically it. Yeah. Thanks.
All right. 408, what's up? You're up.
What's good? First time caller, straight out the Shark Tank.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his professional debut.
Shark Tank is the shower?
Yeah, what's good? The Shark Tank, bro, straight out of San Jose is fucking Chris Constancio, a.k.a. Mr. Chris.
Yo, I knew you
AKA
sounded familiar.
Don
What's up, Chris?
Constancio.
Yo, this is Chris, dude. This guy is one of my good friends. We met out there in Las Vegas. We partied. James, you were there with Chris. Remember Chris with the glasses, ponytail?
Oh yeah. What's up, man?
We were at the fight party together, and
he was with his wife, right? He was the dude that drove out. Yeah, okay, I remember you. Hell yeah.
He brought them Girl Scout cookies, and I ain't talking about cookies.
Oh yeah, we almost missed Pacquiao fight because of it. You remember? We're like, oh shit, we got to. All right, never mind. We'll go back.
Chris, what's going on, brother?
Yeah, all right, guys. Hey, I'm gonna try and make this shit real quick. All right, I'm over here watching the Warriors game, but hey, I'm gonna go through my picks real quick. They're pretty obvious, but I got Lara, I got Better Beef, I got Walters, obviously, Verdejo, Wilder. I think Magdaleno's fighting this weekend, right?
No, that's next week. No, that's in 3 weeks. 2 weeks from Saturday. No, 2 weeks from Friday. I'm sorry. On the True TV on Gilberto Ramirez.
Anyways, those are my picks for the weekend. A couple other things. Freaking Beeb, welcome back. You're always one of my favorites, but
thank you, man.
Get pissed off again, bro. Fucking get ghost for a little bit. Come back when you're ready. Just don't try and end my show quickly, bro. I don't follow too much shit. You put me in a shower mood that day.
I got you.
Second thing, what else did I want to tell you guys about real quick? Oh, yeah, the reason I called in. Hey, I just been feeling like since Vegas, I owed you guys like a 5-star review or a donation or some shit. I heard all you guys talking about. You guys got a couple of spots left on that Porter Broner spot. I would get one of those for sure if I had the money, but I got some other things going on right now. So just so everybody knows on here, just like Ness was saying, I never called in, none of that shit. I just hit him up because I was in Vegas and I couldn't find nowhere to watch the fight. They welcomed me with open arms and shit. He hooked me up with Rob, hella cool fool too. Got to meet Ness and my favorite co-host, James and Vic. And we all had a good time. Shout out to Rob. Shout out to Canadian Jose. And basically these guys on here, they're fucking with us, so we got to fuck with them. So I fuck with the Boxing Voice. Appreciate it. I hope you guys get those 2 spots real quick. And that's it, man. Much love.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. Man, I remember too. I gave Chris the weigh-in tickets so so him and his wife could get into the Floyd weigh-in because they were I can't believe it. Those weigh-in tickets was going for like $170, dude.
That's crazy,
it's
man.
Insane, man. They were selling everything. You know, they really treated us like. We don't got enough time, but we got 6 minutes. We're gonna see who's all right. That was Chris 805. You're live. Who's this?
No, go ahead. I'll come back and burn next time.
Okay, 716. And you got the radio playing in the background. All right. 312.
Yo, next.
Oh, no, not you again.
Look, listen, hold on. I didn't even press the button twice. I only pressed the button once, okay?
Okay, well, you sound horrible anyway. All right. Listen, Fight Doc, do you really need to switch back to your old phone?
That was bad. I couldn't understand the word.
7731, and you know what? I wouldn't have any issues with you getting on because the people love you. Let's just make sure we got to all the topics we wanted you guys to hear about. And Dom is not happy with the officials. And talking about officials, also on the Porter Broner fight, the officials have been chosen. And I don't know if I'm happy, but they are Adelaide
Bird.
Exactly. Eric Cheek and Dave Moretti. I guess it's okay, but I mean, didn't Bird have a suspect card recently?
Bird's had a lot of had a lot of suspect calls. She's not a good judge.
And what about the referee?
The referee.
Hopefully Steve Smoger. That'd be the ultimate Steve Smoger.
No referee. Kenny Bellis.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Wait, officials were also appointed for the July 25th. No, because this is for the 25th. It doesn't say. Oh, Tony Weeks. Tony Weeks.
Okay, all right.
That's a fair ref.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah, we'll take it. All right. So Ndam is also not happy with the officials against the Lemieux fight. He's obviously not he's obviously not happy with the judges that were picked. He also objected to the Quebec Commission on the appointment of 2 Canadian officials. That is kind of sucks. You know, you come to someone's backyard and you know, out of 3 judges, both of them are Canadian.
Yeah, but we've seen crazy shit. We've seen crazy stuff like that where it's gone the other direction. I mean, just because they're from Canada doesn't make them corrupt, but there should be that, I guess, note, little asterisk star that it's a little bit fishy.
Yeah, sucks. All right, we got 3 minutes left, so I'm going to do one more review. Best boxing show for real fans, and it comes from Mufasa. 35. Hands down the best boxing show I've listened to. The host Ness very outspoken and opinionated, makes the show a lot of fun. His crew and fellow partners compliment him and bring great points of view. If you're going to listen to boxing talk from real fans and people that know what they're talking about and also bring you interview stories from the inside camps, there's no other place but the Boxing Voice. Santiago, thanks for the review, my friend. We got another one here. Best sporting podcast available from the UK, Plant 88. Love the Boxing Voice. Ness, Stewart, Mario, James, Robbie, Casual Fan, all make me laugh, all knowledgeable except Casual Fan. Laugh out loud. Keep it up and do more. Laugh out loud. UK listeners going to call in soon. Cool. And let me see. We got one more here. The best podcasting. Did I just say that one? I was never. No. Did I? Oh, no, I didn't say this one. This is awesome, too, though. The best boxing podcast ever. I've been listening for over a year. Well, actually, his name is Amasio, Flavor from USA. And he says, I've been listening for over a year now. This podcast makes me even more of a boxing fan. I got my dad and a smartphone, iPhone, just so he could listen. Laugh out loud. He's not internet savvy. They educate us and make you want to engage even more with the sport. It's a small world of us true boxing fans, and this podcast pulls us even closer together. Fan for life. Well, thank you for that wonderful review. Let me see if we got time for one more. It's real.
Thank you for using Blog Talk Radio.
We ended.
Goodbye.
We ended on Blog Talk, but so what? We on fucking YouTube, and we're gonna keep going. And it says it's real, and it's written by Family Man Age from the U.S. as well. And he says, the voice of the streets is here. No, the voice of the streets is right here. Call in and be heard. Sometimes Nestor can sound biased, but that's not often. This is the best boxing podcast for sure. Hey, I don't even know why I'm not biased. Look, I'm telling you guys, Paulie's going to be a dangerous fight for Danny. I don't even know what's going to happen there. But I'm going to be all in Paulie's camp. He's going to be training in New York City because we cleared up that rumor. Not rumor, because actually Freddie Roach told me that me and Michael Woods, let me say, that Paulie was banned from the gym. So Paulie said, that doesn't matter. You know, it's been 2 years since I trained there anyway, so he's going to be in New York City. You know, I'm around New York City, even though I'm not. It's a whole nother state away, and like freaking $18 toll and $50-something parking. But we're going to get them. We're going to get some Paulie footage and some Danny footage. Take that ride out to Philadelphia. And hopefully Mario and James can be here for New York City. I've been going to you guys. It's time for you guys to come this way to New York City. Maybe finally Beep, you get out of freaking wherever it is up there in Massachusetts and come down to a fight. It's summertime, and we meet and do another meetup over here in New York City, man. Some of you guys from the West Coast and you know, Texas need to come over here too, man. See a fight in the Big Apple, in the new Mecca of boxing. Forget the Madison Square Garden. This Barclays Center is way better. Everything at 100, in between like 100 and 200, those seats are good. You don't even got to pay top dollar, man. $50, $60 seats, you get good seats of the bowl. That being said, we already finished on Blog Talk, so everybody on YouTube is getting a little extra, but we are officially out of here. I am your host, SGTO, joined alongside my host, Glad Habib is back, at Joe Habib1, at Mario Munguia, and at Jameson Rocket, and at Ringside Robert, right, Rob? Oh, shit, he was on Blog Talk. He's gone.
Yeah, I think it is at Ringside Robert.
Yeah.
Robert Palmer texted me and said if anyone has any problems with his ratings, they could contact him on Twitter at RobPalmer135. So.
Well, he was supposed to call in and defend the ratings, he told me, but he didn't call in. Maybe he did call in. I didn't get to his number, but he didn't text me to remind me. But anyway, that has been the show. We will be back Sunday night, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for calling.